The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
First time that we met, I knew we were cool. And even though I was kinda acting rude, she made me feel as if I had nothing to prove. So I had to get myself back together and play smooth. Never ever thought that I would feel this way. Judging from my looks and the words she said, I knew that I was sprung from the very first day. What am I trying to say? She's a very, very special lady, the kind of woman that would drive you crazy. She wants me, I'm easy. Ooh, and I never ever break your heart. We'll be together, baby, never part. For you, baby, I'm easy. Oh, she's a very, very special lady, the kind of woman that would drive you crazy. She wants me, I'm easy. Ooh, and I never ever break your heart. We'll be together, baby, never part. For you, baby, I'm easy. And if you ever meet one like her, ever she will like her, always protect one like her. Try if you respect one like her, 'cause you got the one in a million chance. Gentlemen, you better take the time to understand. You're never gonna get one like that. No way, I promise you. She's a very, very special lady, the kind of woman that would drive you crazy. She wants me, I'm easy. Ooh, and I never ever break your heart. We'll be together, baby, never part. For you, baby, I'm easy. How when I'm losing my cool, she knew how to play her position. Treat me in a shell of melodramatization. All me ever do is give her just one look, and that's all it took. She takes that time to give her man affection, 100% attention. That's all a man like me needs, not more. That's what I've been waiting for. She's a very, very special lady, the kind of woman that would drive you crazy. She wants me, I'm easy. Ooh, and I never ever break your heart. We'll be together, baby, never part. For you, baby, I'm easy. Oh, she's a very, very special lady, the kind of woman that would drive you crazy. She wants me, I'm easy. Whoa, and I never ever break your heart. We'll be together, baby, never part. For you, baby, I'm easy. Oh, she's a very, very special lady, the kind of woman that would drive you crazy. She wants me, I'm easy. Ooh, and I never ever break your heart. We'll be together, baby, never part. For you, baby, I'm easy. Oh, she's a very, very special lady, the kind of woman that would drive you crazy. She wants me, I'm easy. Ooh, and I never together, baby, never part. For you, baby, I'm easy.
Rosinha uli die sombranza maak et zu ita saluda antes de nega Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante em todo a nogue distância como cupugi palu zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria abiba isla sempana Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba isla
shaking on your knees. You do not need a plan, just be a real man. If you're feeling it touching you, then you got it on. Touching her, you're feeling her and rubbing, pleasing her return. You got it on, Java, come say you wanna. You say you wanna dance with me, come on and dance. Be a straight man, grab her by the hand. Get her on the floor, she be walking out the door. You're feeling irate, so shaking on your knees. You got the master plan, so I'll be the real man. Know you got it on, touching up, feeling up, rubbing up, pleasing her, everyone. Everyone come dance like me. So dance with me now, me now. To the lead that me down. Music is playing, the beat is bumping. I'm so nervous and my heart is pumping. My legs are shaking, my hands are sweating. I wanna dance, but I don't have a chance. You gotta be a man and put your foot down and go up to her and ask her to dance. And when you move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body. Everyone come dance like me. Move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body, move your body, touch your body, feel your body. Everyone come dance like me. Move your body, touch your body, feel your body, get your body. Be a straight man, grab her by the hand, get her on the floor, she be walking out the door. You're feeling irate, so shaking on your knees. You got the master plan, so I'll be the real man. Know you got it on, touching up, feeling up, rubbing up, pleasing everyone. Everyone come dance like me. So dance with me now, me now. To the lead that
Morning, Guam. Huh. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
Buenas.
Buenas and off a day. It's Tuesday, the 16th day of February already. And welcome to this Tuesday episode of The Link, which is brought to you by Carrier Cabo Enterprises and IT&E. Good morning. Good morning, Jason. What's it look like out there, sir? Beautiful. A beautiful weekend.
You know what?
What?
We have not touched on something that's happening this week, tomorrow, in fact, that Joe Sir actually brought up this morning. You know what tomorrow is?
You're scaring me. No, I do know what tomorrow is.
Tomorrow
because,
is Ash Wednesday, the beginning of Lent.
Because I was in church Sunday, and they talked about it. And I was like, what? It's Lent? I was like, it's Lent already?
I know.
What? Yeah, guess what? Lent starts tomorrow. Holy.
Literally holy.
Literally, yeah. Well, let me message
I almost
priest.
I almost forgot sometimes that that Lent actually begins halfway through February. It just always seems like it's a March and April thing. But yeah, 40 days.
That's right.
February being the shortest month in the year, of course, only 28 days.
So what they're going to do a little differently is instead of applying the ashes with the hand of the priest,
right?
They're not going to do a spray bottle, sir. It's like they're going to do a spray bottle. They're going to kind of like throw the ashes. I mean, they're going to dust you with ashes. Yeah, it's like the Roman. Apparently, that's what they did it back in the days.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was wondering. I mean, and I'm not making light of this. I was wondering if they were going to almost like use maybe a selfie stick or something, so you can have social distancing or.
Yeah. No, they're not.
Wait, so how they'll throw the ashes out?
I mean, they're not going to throw it out.
Why don't they just use
They're going to be like this.
or like a stamp pad?
Like a stamp pad.
I mean, that's still not social distancing though, because you'll have to come.
This sounds like we're going to go to hell.
No, I mean, I am curious, and hey, Link fam, I'm sure you guys have questions about how you will be able to receive the ashes. Many of you are heavily involved in church and everything like that. If you guys have the inside track, please put them in the comments, because this is a fascinating topic, and certainly everybody's going to want to know.
Yeah, so I'm already messaging some of my priest friends.
And when I first started
Friends.
I first started KUM now. Gosh, this is my 22nd season here at Camp Happy, right? When I first started, that was one of the first questions I asked, and I was like, okay, so what do news anchors do on Ash Wednesday? And everybody said they're like, Shangu Matata would do the show every year, with the Ashes. Mindy Uggin anchored like the same way. Yeah, as a symbol of faith.
Well, yeah, because we're like 98% Catholic. So what do you got to be afraid of?
But okay, so when we reference, the generation that came before us, what did your grandparents say about like, what time of the day you can shower and
Can't shower till like the night.
because
If
you
that.
want,
But actually, back when we were kids, you just didn't wash your face.
yeah,
Until it was gone.
and you can't play sports, you can't
Yep.
try and stay out of the heat because like the sweat. But
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what's also interesting? I mean, this kind of has nothing to do with like religion, but it's
Oh,
kind
here
of
we
a
go.
Pacific thing. Last time I went to Hawaii, right? I went there and I stayed with a friend, and I've been to Hawaii like a few times. I've been very very privileged to do that. But she actually gave me a lei, and her mom did, and she's like, "Oh, I made this for you. Of course, this is like a Hawaiian hospitality." But she's like, and then my friend was telling me, and she's like, "Okay, we're gonna go to a restaurant. We might go to a club and like go meet some of my friends." But she's like, you actually can't take this off the entire like first night, preferably for the duration of your trip, because and she's like, it's not to advertise that you're a tourist, but it's basically like it's it brings you good luck,
Right.
and it also and also like if the people see that, okay, well, you're wearing the lei, they will extend more island hospitality.
I'm trying to get through this whole story without making a Jason got laid joke.
No. I knew you were gonna go
I
there.
just couldn't,
No, but
That's
did
what makes me me.
No, but did you know that in Hawaii, you're not like when you are given the lei, you're not supposed to take it off like
That's
for
right.
at least the entire first day. No matter what you do, you may go to Ala Moana Mall, you may go to a luau, you may just hang out at your friend's house, but you're supposed to wear the lei no matter what you do.
Yep. Once you get laid in Hawaii, wear with pride.
Speaking of island pride, look at that mask. That's
Look
a
at my mask, guys.
That's Bear Rock.
Oh
right?
my God, it's Bear Rock.
That's Bear Rock.
Repping in a lawn.
That's very nice. Wait, you want me to zoom on that, sir?
Yeah, sure, if you
Okay.
want. That's fine.
It's good. Yeah.
That's nice colors too.
Pretty cool.
Yeah,
huh?
you got the Guam
Yeah.
seal on one side.
Aren't you glad to see me?
Ah.
Hey.
Okay, what looks, I don't know if I should say what looks more or what looks less like the rock for which it is named, Bear Rock or Camel Rock these days?
You know that Bear Rock used to be called Squirrel Rock?
Did it, or you just
Yeah, no. Father Eric did a whole blog on it.
Really?
Yeah.
Even though we've never had squirrels.
If
on
you
board.
look at it, because someone in the military was like, "Oh, look, that there looks like a squirrel."
Ah.
But if you
Well,
look
then
at
again,
it,
camel. I mean, we've never had a camel on Guam, so.
Jay, if you look at Bear Rock and you know that it was called a squirrel, it really kind of looks like a squirrel. I'm just saying. See, you know when the squirrel's standing up and they got their little nut. Like,
Actually, okay, wait. Can you just turn and freeze for a second there?
hold on, wait. I normally get paid for this kind of thing, Jay. But okay, ready?
You know what it really looks like, Joe Sir? Okay, Joe Sir's gonna get it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're totally doing that. We're doing the Barnett. That looks like. Have we said this before? That looks like the opening scene for The Lion King.
It kind of does, yeah. Zatenya!
There you go.
Where
No,
were we
Cal,
anyway, Jay?
you know,
Let's just get back on track here, please.
I took a friend of mine around the island a couple years ago, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's what we used to call Camel Rock."
Sabrina!
Camel Rock looks nothing like a camel anymore because of erosion.
Really?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Man. Good morning, guys. Yeah, so Chamarita Rages writes in, we're talking about Ash Wednesday. Sprinkle the ashes on everyone but our master on our face. Why can't they just apply the ashes on our forehead? Because it's a touch point. They're trying to minimize touching during the pandemic. That's it. I mean, pretty much.
And also proximity, too, because of the whole social distancing thing.
I mean, but we'll get one of the fathers to come on here. It was sad news that we heard Father Gus passed away last week, right? Yeah. And you know what's interesting was I had to call Father Patrick, who's kind of like the overseer of the Capuchins.
Father Pat Taitano. Yeah.
Castro.
Oh, Castro. Yeah. Castro.
So we were talking, and this is like, I mean, Father Gus passed in the morning of that same day. And I was like, well, we were talking for a while, and then he was asking me, or I was asking him, what happened? And he said, oh, he went out for a walk in the morning. He was doing really good. We had a Zoom meeting a few days before, and he was in good spirits. He was laughing. But then he was sitting on his bed, and he kind of collapsed off to the side. They had done CPR there at the Friary and also en route to Naval Hospital.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, where he was pronounced dead shortly thereafter. And so we're talking, and then I said, Father Pat, man, if you could, how would you describe Father Gus? And he just started laughing. He was like, how would I describe Father Gus? Oh, boy. He was like, man, boy, he always said what was on his mind. And he was like, he kept laughing. And I guess he was thinking probably about all the times Father Gus said what was on his mind and was like, whoa, did you say that?
And Father Pat is a straight shooter.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, he'll tell you how it is.
And he was like, I always admired that about my brother. Okay, Jay, you check your email.
Oh, okay. We have a birthday shout out, at least one to get to on a different note. Happy birthday to Janice Chovez, who is a teacher at Simon Sanchez High School.
Yes, that's coming from your husband. He was actually the first call we took this morning. So happy birthday to you, Janice, working hard over there at Sanchez.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Janice. Happy birthday to you.
May the dear Lord bless you.
May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless Janice.
And everyone else who had their birthday over the weekend and today.
Happy birthday. Big finish
to you.
Wow, 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 wow. You got that Jimi Hendrix ending?
Yep. I feel like Sabrina's watching us right now, and she's like, "You just wait till I get in."
Yeah, you can hear eyes rolling like.
Yeah, Sabrina's on she's on because Joan is on leave, so Bria's coming in at 8 on the show.
Yeah.
So she'll be here, but she's still working so much. Of course, everything we have is because of her.
She's probably been up before we got up, and she'll be up after we go to sleep.
So here's who's coming up on the show this morning, guys. Good morning, by the way. Are we on KUAM TV? Yes, we are. Good morning, KUAM TV. Hey, happy Valentine's. Here's who's coming on this morning. Also, good morning to our Facebook Live viewers. We're going to start with work week weather, which we normally do yesterday, but because it was President's Day, it was a federal holiday. And also, we were able to take the day off. Thanks for that, Jay. I don't know what you suggested, but I'm glad we were off yesterday.
Oh, you mean because like I actually asked, and I asked HR, and I was like, hey, wait a minute, is President's Day a holiday for KUM? And everybody's like, oh, yeah, it is. And Chris was like, yes. By the way, happy belated Valentine's Day.
Right
Joseph.
on. Yeah.
And can you show us, Chris, what you got as your Valentine's birthday? You brought it in this morning, and it is.
I did. My girlfriend got me a flask here. It's super big because I have a drinking problem, guys. I drink a lot of water. Check that out.
Yeah.
If it says malfunction on it.
And it's engraved. Malfunction. Nice.
This is 64 ounces. It took me.
Nice job, Maria.
Took me 2 hours to fill it up. But yeah, great. I hope you guys had a great Valentine's Day.
It took you 2 hours to fill that up.
I was kidding. It's a joke.
No, from the bottom. I was like, you could do that in 20 seconds in the river.
Because it's 64 ounces. But hope you guys had a great Valentine's Day. What a sunset, huh, Joe? Man, that was just like perfect. I had the most awesome Valentine's Day. It was just so like down to earth, low maintenance. I actually had a tailgate party. A tailgate party for Valentine's? That's winning. So we just backed up right on the beach, and it was the most beautiful sunset.
Okay, more importantly, so that's that's what she got you.
Yeah.
What did you get her?
You know, hey. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, Jay. Way to put me on the spot.
In other words, I owe you one Valentine's Day present.
I'll get you back, babe. It's 6:31, Tuesday, February 16th. Anyway, so here's what's coming up on the show. We got weather. We got Dr. Cabrera, the Chief Medical Officer of Public Health. Dave De La Sola, Labor Director, for a little update on. And then we're doing a Here's to Your Health. What is going on with that, Jay?
Yeah, so Here's to Your Health. We have a new partner that's going to join in with our friends at American Medical Center. It's our friends at New Gen Physical Therapy. So they're going to talk about the services they provide. And if you or someone you love, someone you know, or someone that you help to take care of is in need of physical therapy, it can be a long and drawn out process, but it's not as hard as you think. And they'll make a plan for you to have basically your own customized workout. They do a diagnosis of exactly what you need and then have a treatment plan for you. And we're going to talk to the doctors about that and what they can do for you.
Yeah, and then we're getting Senator Frank Blas Jr. There was a release that came out from Senator Peto's office. I want to say it was Friday, and basically, Senator Peto was finally addressing the elephant in his room, which was that his son's name keeps coming up in these federal trials relative to just the wiping of warrants at the court. And, you know, I mean, it was, I guess you got to kind of commend the senator for addressing this after so long. But it was definitely an issue in the last term. As you guys may recall, Senator Peto, his son is the former Deputy Marshal Joey Terlahi. And there was allegations made in the former mayor of Jotnia's trial about Mr. Terlahi. There were also more allegations made in the most recent drug trial of Mark Mayo. Basically, everyone's talking about this guy, and not in a good way. And so, as you guys recall, last term, Senator Peto actually had to hand over oversight of the prison to then Vice Speaker Talina Nelson because he was obviously conflicted in that his son was being mentioned in a lot of these allegations. And so you would think that in all of their wisdom, our elected senators would have remembered that this term when they went into caucus and said, hey, you know, this stuff might not be over. Joey Terlahi's name could come up again, and it presented such an issue last term that we're going to go ahead and give oversight of the Guam Police Department or, you know, and law enforcement over to someone else. But they didn't do that. So it's still Senator Peto has oversight. And so now we have another issue. This term, though, and in a letter to Chief of Police Stephen Ignacio, Senator Peto Terlahi asked the chief to investigate the tampering of warrants in the court system, alleged physical abuse by public safety officers mentioned in federal court, and the alleged involvement of public safety officers in the drug trade. He goes on to write, I realize that several of these allegations would involve investigating a member of my immediate family. This must not prevent you from conducting this investigation. We must hold everyone accountable, no matter the family relations. These charges should be fully investigated and fully vetted by an official investigation and for the truth to come out. To prevent the taint of conflict of interest in this investigation, all oversight duties related to this investigation or these internal affairs issues shall be empowered upon the co-chairman of my committee on public safety, the Honorable Senator Frank Blas Jr. The people of Guam deserve to know the truth. We can't leave a cloud of suspicion hanging for years over our public safety system. Let us lift that cloud with the light of truth, for only the truth can set anyone free. Okay. So anyway, long story short, we're getting Senator Frank Blas on this morning to kind of talk about this. So that's a pretty interesting development. You know what I mean? And I think it kind of presents an issue where it already kind of seems like the oversight of the Guam Police Department is like bare to minimal. I mean, it's almost like the oversight they had of the port the last term is like just nothing. And so that being said, I mean, that's kind of an issue for me with all the crime that's going on. You kind of want someone to say like, hey, GPD, what's going on? Or what are we doing? But there's just nothing. Really nothing. And so now Senator Frank Blas has to stop everything that he's doing because Senator Peto's conflicted and he's got to come in and he's got to get out his magnifying glass and do a whole investigation because Senator Peto can't. Because it's his boy that's in a lot of the center of these allegations. So, yeah, it's a problem. Now the heat's on Senator Frank Blas Jr. And I messaged him. I said, hey, can we get you on about the new role? He's like, wait, what? I got a new role? So I sent him the press release because, you know, honestly, man, a lot of these senators, they don't even, like, talk to each other. They don't. They find stuff out in the media like, Lanhit, didn't Mosquito and ask? You didn't even ask me? So anyway, that's what's happening with Senator Frank Blas Jr. this morning. Then we're getting the acting SHPO, former Senator Carlotta Leon Guerrero. As I put out the ask for Senator Talina Nelson, she's going to, I think, come on this week. Can't make it this morning. But she was saying that there wasn't enough public input in the programmatic agreement process. And the acting SHPO, Carlotta Leon Guerrero, who is acting in place of the real SHPO, who is, ironically, I think he's deployed by the U.S. Air Force.
Yeah, Pat Lujan is on military duty right
Right, yeah. And so Carlotta's going to come on and, talk about the public process. I mean, I read her media report where she said, no, there was plenty. So we'll see.
And there was actually a peaceful protest relative to that from Protegile Texan
Right.
that were saying that they were actually objecting to the fact that there was no public hearing
Right,
about the use of land.
And it kind of happened like running downhill, and especially during COVID. So they might not have had like a lot of those, forums where they get people from the public to attend. But, what Senator Tolino was saying that they want to do like hearings, right? Like public hearings at the legislature, which they should. They should, because the way the programmatic agreement works is there's like an online comment period, which, I mean, what do you call that when you have an easy to reference web address?
Oh, like a shortened URL?
Yeah, they don't have that.
Yeah.
This one is like you basically got to Google it on the dark web.
Oh, isn't it like a
to leave a comment?
programmaticagreement.com?
Something anyway. So she was saying that we need to kind of reopen the whole process and allow for more public input. Anyway, that's going to be interesting. And then 9, we're getting former senator, former FBI special agent, former chief of police, former Department of Corrections director,
Former senator
Frank Ishizaki. To come on.
UOG instructor.
He's currently still a UOG instructor.
Oh, he still is.
Yeah. So we wanted to get him on because there's all these allegations coming out from the feds and the court about our local law enforcement, our local court system. So Bree and I were talking. We're like, who could we get on that has knowledge about just like the FBI? And we're like, Chief Frank. So he's going to come on and we'll see. And it's interesting because I know he's kind of buddies with former Senator Frank Blas Jr., who's now going to be investigating all this stuff for the legislature. And then we're getting a Major Anton Uggan, corrections guy, maybe even the director, to come on and talk about a budget cut they're having over at DOC. That's everything that's on the way on the show. It's jam-packed. It's Tuesday, February 16th. Let's get right into the news here. Filling in for Sabrina Salas Matanani with the very latest. Good morning, Jason Salas.
All right, here is what's making news, everybody, and equally interesting to those of you. Big news now, because it is just a matter of time, evidently, before we see discussions ramp up about building a new public hospital. Governor Lulian Guerrero confirms that she is eyeing the property in Manila, where Eagles Field is, as a site for the facility. The island's chief executive says she has received feedback from the Navy about the property and is currently in discussion to either lease the land for the military to deed it over to Gov Guam. It would cost about $761 million to make repairs to the Guam Memorial Hospital. It would cost roughly about $20 million less to just build a new one. Again, the land over at Eagles Field in Manila, where they have like all the youth football games, that piece of property, very, very large and very expansive. We actually put a screenshot of the Google Maps version, the satellite view. It's a lot of property, is being considered by the governor as a site, possibly of a new hospital. The Army Corps of Engineers reported that the current infrastructure at GMH is in an overall state of failure. We reported last night that a 34-year-old man was arrested in connection to last week's auto pedestrian incident in Dededo that sent 5 people to the hospital, including the Northern Village's mayor, Melissa Savares. Samuel Griffin was allegedly drunk at the time and was experiencing chest pains and then passed out. The mayor and 4 other Gov Guam staffers was in the area conducting a tree inspection near Benavente Middle School when the car ran off the road and struck them. Griffin had told GPD he had been drinking beer since 9 a.m. that morning, and the night before had tried meth for the first time. The afternoon, he was on his way to get food when he started feeling chest pains, lost consciousness, and woke up at the hospital. He told police, quote, "I'll man up to my mistakes and try to make it right. God, I'm so sorry they got hurt." And now here is the aforementioned Sabrina Salas Matanani with more of the local news headlines that you need to know as you make your way around the island today.
Guam's consistently low car score and several other factors have the governor looking toward making some key decisions in the next couple of days to get Guam moving down the road to recovery.
Governor Lulian Guerrero is looking at this Friday, February 19th, as the day she will declare Guam in P-Core 3.
We remain in a below car score of 1 for the last 8 weeks, and I just want to again thank the people of Guam for making that happen.
Also good, according to the governor, the island's death rates have gone down as has the rate of transmission, and thousands of island residents have joined the vaccination.
We are actually leading throughout the whole nation in terms of percentage of vaccine per 100,000 and in terms of our population percentage. And also our distribution, shots in the arm, from giving us a supply to vaccinating our people. So all these things go to make a very strong community, less community spread, which makes me and our people much more safer in terms of recovering our island.
While Friday could be the day PCOR 3 is declared, the governor hasn't decided on whether restrictions will be lifted for bars and taverns. Leon Guerrero says unlike dining establishments, bars have not been as proactive in submitting their protocols.
The dining industry were the ones that brought their protocols to us, and we worked it with public health. So they were the ones that said, here's how we're going to protect our community. I'm looking for that same kind of input from the bars. Once we look at all that, public health feels through their guidelines and their expertise that it would be a secured protocol to be able to open the bars, we will. But I'm not, I'm waiting for their protocols. I have not seen it.
Friday's PCOR 3 declaration would occur more than 1 month ahead of the targeted reopening of Guam to tourism on April 1st. The governor stresses, however, we shouldn't be expecting tourists from our source markets to be visiting because most countries are still cautious about traveling during the pandemic. She says what we will likely see is a change to quarantine protocols to allow returning residents and visitors to home quarantine instead of mandatory quarantine at the government facility in Tumon. Her greatest concern for now is monitoring the COVID variants and hoping we don't see a repeat of the past when restrictions were lifted.
This has happened to us before. We were in PCOR 3, and then all of a sudden we had a non-compliant to self-quarantine, and it just spread like wildfire. We jumped from one day of 276 positives to close to 500 in one day. And so we don't want to do that again.
When the governor does declare Guam in PCOR 3 at the end of this week, or when the island reopens to tourism in April, she's hoping everyone will continue to do their part.
It's a little bit scary because, we did that once, but we have to, trust that the community will be cooperative and trust that, we'll get the support of the community in terms of quarantine.
The government of Guam stands to receive $661 million in federal assistance to continue to contain COVID. It's part of the president's $350 billion COVID relief package passed by the House over the weekend. Nestor Lecanto takes a closer look at 2 provisions contained in the package, which provide significant help for local taxpayers and the local government.
The first one he mentioned, he said twice for emphasis.
And Guam will receive a cost reimbursement of 100% of our EITC expenditures. I'm going to repeat that. We're going to be receiving a reimbursement of 100% of our EITC expenditures.
The Earned Income Tax Credit is a refundable credit for low to moderate income working individuals and couples with children. GovGuam now pays out about $60 million a year in EITC refunds with no federal reimbursement and has complained for years about what it calls an unfunded mandate.
Territories must provide the Treasury with an annual report on the estimate of costs and a statement of costs with respect to the preceding year of the reimbursement. This is permanent and will be applied for tax year 2021 and all subsequent tax years. So this isn't just a COVID-19 relief one-time shot. This is a permanent reimbursement of the earned income tax credit that is incurred by the territory of Guam.
But there's an even larger potential windfall on the way. St. Nicholas says the child tax credit of $3,000 for kids over 6 and $3,600 for those under 6 will be fully refundable by 2021.
That amount will be actually paid out to the taxpayer this year. I have been in communication with the Director of Revenue and Taxation informing her of this additional language that just recently passed. I'm hoping that she can assist us in working towards quantifying that. But it could be as substantial, if not more substantial, than the earned income tax credit reimbursements.
DRT will be charged with dispersing the funds from the U.S. Treasury, which could start as early as July. An example of what to expect?
You're a family with 3 children. You have 1 child that's over the age of 6 and 2 children under the age of 6. You're going to be getting a refunded credit of $9,600, and it will be paid to you this year. Based on the language, it could be paid to you on a monthly basis, or it could be paid to you on a one-time basis.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Congressman San Nicolas says he expects the relief package to clear the Senate. Governor Lilian Guerrero has already begun meeting to prioritize the anticipated $661 million in federal assistance that could be heading our way.
Our priority is lost revenues replacement. That's one of the things that we have as all the 50 governors of the states and territories have been working very closely with the Biden administration to allow the governors the discretion of these dollars. And it's to help bring back the economy, rebuild our island. And so, yeah, we are looking at grants to the business community.
The governor is looking at all options, she says, to bring back jobs and put people to work, as well as other programs to improve the quality of life for the people of Guam. And that's it for me here in the newsroom. Back to you in the Link studio.
All right, thanks so much, Bree. In national news, the Senate voted Saturday to acquit the President Trump, I should say, former President Trump, of inciting the January 6th insurrection in the Capitol. But questions about the attack remain, leaving some lawmakers calling for a more in-depth investigation. Here's Skylar Henry with more.
Senators wrapped up the impeachment trial for former President Donald Trump over the weekend, with the 57-43 vote falling short of the 2/3 majority needed to convict.
Donald John Trump, former President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the article of impeachment.
Now lawmakers are looking at a new way to investigate the January 6th assault on the Capitol.
There's still more evidence that the American people need and deserve to hear, and a 9/11 commission is a way to make sure that we secure the Capitol going forward and that we lay bare the record of just how responsible and how abjectly violating of his constitutional oath President Trump really was.
The idea is gaining bipartisan support, with even some of the president's staunchest allies calling for the commission.
Did Nancy Pelosi know on January the 5th that there was a threat to the Capitol? What did President Trump do after the attack? And I want to make sure that the Capitol footprint can be better defended next time.
Concern about a possible next time remains high. CBS News has obtained a DHS intelligence report saying domestic extremists will pose an increased threat to government workers and buildings throughout 2021. The report says many groups may feel emboldened by the success of the January 6th assault. And Congressman Joe Neguse, who was part of the House impeachment prosecution team, says that may have intensified after Mr. Trump's acquittal.
Without accountability, that many of these groups could very well become more emboldened and perhaps engage in more violence.
Lawmakers have already tasked retired Lieutenant General Russell Honore to conduct a security review of the U.S. Capitol. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
And finally, back to local headlines, some very sad news this morning as a dutiful U.S. Marine, lifelong public servant, devoted family man, and a beloved Guamanian passed away yesterday as Colonel Adolph Scambaluri died. He leaves behind a legacy of service to the community that he helped to grow and defend as a decorated combat veteran and civic leader. He was one of the first Chamorros to reach the rank of colonel in the U.S. Marine Corps and was also a vice president of the Guam Community College, additionally serving his community as chief of the Guam Police Department and federal security director for the TSA. He was also a successful entrepreneur, creating and running his own investigations agency. And true to the credo of his beloved Corps, he remains to the various communities he served and the countless lives that he touched throughout his remarkable career, always faithful. KUM does send our heartfelt prayers and sympathies to his wife, Auntie Rosie, his many children, and his grandchildren. That is what's making news this Tuesday morning. Let's go into the Zoom room right now where our buddy Landon Idlet with the National Weather Service has our weather work week forecast. Landon, good morning, man.
Hey, good morning. How are y'all?
We're doing all right, man. Very good to see you.
Good to hear you. And I hope y'all hear me fine. I'm having some technical problems on my end. I think the audio should be working now. So
no, you're coming in 5 by 5, man. You're good.
Okay, good. Well, there's for us in the local region in the Marianas, it's not bad this morning, but there are a few things to talk about that we've not been discussing too much in the last couple months. And I'll get to that shortly. But I'm going to flip my camera around before we go to the slides, Jason.
Right on.
And I just want to bring this up. We're going to be putting more information about this on our Facebook page probably later this week, early next week. This is a reminder of where we were February 2 years ago, 2019. This was Typhoon Wutip that developed in eastern and central Micronesia as a disturbance, bringing lots of wind and rain to the outer islands of Pohnpei and Chuuk states. And then that came up and developed into what became a super typhoon as it tracked near Guam and passed to our southwest. So again, it's February, it's the dry season, but it's not out of the question to have tropical weather. And we're going to discuss the tropical weather very shortly in this presentation. For us in the region, not much to be concerned about. It's full-blown, windy, dry season continuing, and that's perfectly normal for this time of the year, and that's going to continue for the next several months. So across Guam and the Sinai, not much to speak of, just some mid and upper level cloudiness, just a spotty showers at Saipan and Tinian, but otherwise it's going to be dry across Rota and Guam through today. We're going to widen up this picture here, and you see all those colors down there in Micronesia near Ya and Palau. This is a tropical disturbance trying to get its act together. It's centered just south of the bulk of the deep convection, that low-level circulation. I'll be discussing that shortly. All this deeper convection, the showers and thunderstorms that's moving over Yap State, and eventually that's going to go towards Yap and Palau. Is it a threat for Guam? It is not a threat for us. That's the big question everybody wants to know. Is it going to be affecting our weather? It will not. It's across Western Micronesia, and it's going to be moving toward the west. Elsewhere across Micronesia, dry season is large and in charge with these trade winds pushing across north of eastern Micronesia, and then we have the ITCZ generating the showers and thunderstorms across Kosrae, Pohnpei, and Chuuk. Again, the drought conditions persist down south in Kaping and Maringi. They're very short on rainfall down there on the small atoll with about 200 people living down there on that small isolated island that's in far southern Pohnpei State. So we're continuing issuing drought information statements. We'll be putting out the newest statement later this week, updating conditions, especially across the Northern Marshall Islands and the Sinai as drought conditions start to have more of a grasp across the region as we proceed through the dry season months. So let's go ahead and switch over to the slides, Jason.
Yep.
And we're going to go right into our weekly weather outlook. The current headlines across the region: moderate risk of rip currents. It's actually pretty tame out there across the waters, across the Marianas this morning, which is the good news. The fire danger is currently high for Guam, and it will continue to increase as our rainfall totals on a daily basis.
Yeah, our friends at GFD were out a lot this weekend.
Say that again, Jason?
Yeah, our friends at the fire department, they responded to like at least 3 fires that we know of.
Okay, yeah, that's going to be the trend in the coming weeks and months as our rains remain minimal. Every little shower that we get, that will help, but I don't see much in the way of showers this week other than just light passing showers. Across Micronesia, surf and sea advisories persist, and I need to fix that small craft advisory in Micronesia. I miss that every time. And the drought information, we continue to issue that. Next slide. I'm doing this one first. This is the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, zooming in on 91W. That is our disturbance. It was upgraded from a low area of development to a medium overnight, and that could be upgraded to a high area of development, which will be a tropical cyclone formation alert. That could be coming sometime today, and if that does happen, we'll be communicating that. And again, it's no threat for Guam and the CNMI, but it will be something that folks in Yap, Palau, and all the outer islands will have to watch out for. One of our sister offices in Yap, one of the forecasters down there is supposed to be flying to Waliai, which is pretty much south of Guam, but it's part of the Yap state. Supposed to fly there today and then take a sailboat to several outer islands and do some outreach. But I think that trip has been delayed because of heavy rains, and the runway at Waliai, the strip, has been flooded due to the rainwaters. So they're going to hopefully make that flight on Thursday.
Yeah, and so Landon, for people that might just be tuning in or they're just scrolling on Facebook right now, so that formation is something that you're keeping an eye on, but that is well southwest of us for people looking at the map right now, right?
That is correct. That's well to our southwest, and it's currently centered about 6.7139 east. So it's well to our southwest, and this will be something for Yap and Palau to watch out for. In the next slide, this is our Facebook post from Sunday morning showing that developing circulation. So this is the latest Facebook post we have on our page. That'll probably be updated later this morning. But again, that just shows that disturbance going toward Yap and Palau. The next slide, this is the scatterometry showing the winds, the sea surface. I've zoomed in on the Yap and Palau region showing that circulation. Some of the key things to note in this imagery are the weaker winds that are to the south, southwest, and west of that circulation over Palau, but the stronger winds are to the north of that center of circulation over Yap and then on toward the northeast. That's where you have the stronger pressure gradient with the high pressure well to the north and the trade winds all packing in behind that. So to the south, westerly winds, and then you have some stronger westerly winds well to the south toward the equator. And then on the right side, this is a zoomed in picture of the boxed area to the left, showing that circulation just about 6 north and just west of 140 east longitude. And again, that's tracking generally toward the west, and it should pass south of Yap and Nulu, which is the outer island just south of Yap, and the picture on the right. So the next slide, current conditions across Guam and CNMI, east winds, light around 9 miles per hour, mostly clear skies and dry. Current temperature is 79 degrees. Balmy morning as usual. The rainfall yesterday was a trace of rain. Since January 1st, we are below normal with only 4.87 inches for the year. Normally, we're approaching 7.5 inches. We're going to see that trend continue at least for the next 2 weeks with no major rain events in store for us. The next slide shows the broader region of the scatterometry, the polar orbiting data showing the sea surface winds, and all to our east, those are the trade winds. We have the greens, there's a 15 to 20 knot winds over the ocean, and the yellows are 20 to 25 knot winds. That's all going to be maintaining our trade wind swell in the coming days. But if we look to the north on the next slide, this is zoomed in on Japan and Korea. We have a powerful storm system coming off of Japan overnight. The winds behind that, that's going to be generating another set of north swell that will probably arrive to Guam and the CNMI beginning Friday and Saturday, Sunday. So there's a possibility we could see hazardous surf along north-facing reefs again this weekend. More on that in the days to come on our webpage, weather.gov/gum, as this develops. So the next slide, this is our Batidian buoy. Again, the purple, those are the forecast wave heights, and the green is the observed. So we're still running above the forecast guidance. Combined seas this morning are 7 to 9 feet, just shy of small craft advisory, with the east swell at 4 to 6 foot, that's trade wind, and the north swell at 5 feet. That north swell will be declining in the coming days, but then we're going to see a north swell pump back in across the region Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And most of the energy this morning, that is from just east of north and from due east. Next slide, the drought situation. We're starting to see these colors, abnormally dry conditions, moderate drought, starting to creep into the region from north to south. For us locally, that's Saipan, Tinian, and Rota, and then across Micronesia, Fananu, and Chuuk State, and then the Marshall Islands, and then Kaping and Maringi still in extreme drought. We're going to see these conditions pretty much remain unchanged in the next couple weeks, possibly worsen as the rainfall remains well suppressed to the south. That disturbance for Palau and Yap, that will maintain showers for Palau and Yap that will mitigate their drought risk. For the week ahead, today mostly sunny, slight chance of showers. East winds at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Combined seas 7 to 9 feet up on the open waters. East winds 15 knots. In the surf, moderate risk of rip currents 6 to 8 feet along east-facing reefs and 5 to 7 feet along north-facing reefs. Midweek, we're going to see seas and surf decline just a little bit, still with partly cloudy skies, but we can see periods of more clouds and spotty showers from time to time, but not a all-day rain and cloud event. We're definitely not seeing that action for at least several more weeks. Combined seas will fall between 5 and 7 feet Wednesday and Thursday. And then we're going to see that north swell pump in again for the weekend with winds still about east at 10 to 20 miles per hour and partly cloudy skies. So again, on the last slide, join the Weather Ready Nation. If your organization is not partnered up with the Weather Service, join us where you can find out about our outreach events once we do resume those again, once COVID allows. Join with the Weather Ready Nation and get access to email alerts when we have significant weather threats in the region. And also you can have direct contact with us at the Weather Service for any of your questions you may ever have. And that's all I've got for you all this morning.
All right. Hey, Landon, I live my life through the lens of movies, right?
Right.
Yeah. And I've always wondered, I'm sure you've been asked this before, right? But I've kind of always wondered ever since I was a kid, growing up on Guam, we always get these, every few years we get typhoons, we get like really, really bad typhoons, and our friends in the States, they get, hurricanes and things like that. Is it at all possible that somebody, people from your agency, the military and everything, when they see that a storm is forming out on the water and they project it is going to be pretty bad, could they not like set off some depth charge underneath it or electromagnetic something or somehow make like a countermeasure to...
Sorry about my friend Lennon.
No, I've always wondered that. Is that even, does that even make scientific
That's like
sense?
when the asteroids come and they shoot a nuke at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I've just always wondered because, does that even make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. And there's actually been a lot of interest in weather modification. That's above my pay grade, so I was never much into the modification and weather engineering. But I know through the years, there's been a lot of interest in like cloud seeding, trying to generate the cloud condensation nuclei to form those clouds that would eventually drop rain over like barren lands in the Midwest when there was drought conditions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was never really good results. And I know people have toyed with the idea of dropping a nuclear bomb into a tropical cyclone to break it apart. But I think the risk and the impacts would be far worse than the actual storm itself.
We do weather modification here. If you want it to rain, wash your car.
Yeah, that's about it. If I get on a motorcycle, usually that generates the showers every time.
Let me ask you this, Landon, a little more in your lane. What causes the beautiful colors that we see during sunset on Guam?
Yeah, the sunsets. When we have upper level clouds, and let me flip the camera around. When we have the moisture in the upper atmosphere, as the sun sets, that sunlight has to go through more of the atmosphere, which can actually bend the light and cause different hues of cloud colors to shine. So right now, there's not much clouds across our region, but when you have the mid and upper level clouds, like what you see down here across Yap State, those clouds will add to the color with the moisture particles in the atmosphere. Also pollution, smog, and volcanic ash and aerosols can actually enhance the cloud colors as well.
Right.
Some of our most colorful sunsets are when we have that smog and the aerosols from the volcanoes, either from Hawaii or from the wildfire smokes in New Guinea and Indonesia, which in the right wind patterns can make their way across the Mariana Islands. That'll give us very fiery red, sometimes more of a lavender sky color.
Wow.
And so that's when we get those colorful skies. Anytime you have deep convection at sunrise or sunset, that sunlight travels through those clouds and it enhances the colors.
Isn't that ironic that pollution contributes to the awesome sunsets that we see here?
Yeah, so anything that's in the sky that can alter the direct light, that can have a coloring effect.
There you go. You learn something new every day, guys.
Yeah, well, hopefully, maybe Landon will get you when we get you on next week and everything like that. We'll spend a couple minutes talking about double rainbows and really cool things like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the rainbows are awesome. Especially with the convection that goes along with them sometimes.
Right on.
Yeah, see, dude.
Roy G. Biv, guys. Roy G. Biv.
He quite literally blinds us with science.
There you go. Thanks, Landon.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
Thank you.
Okay. There. I hope my kids were listening because I've been telling them that. You know what causes this beautiful sunset? Pollution. Yeah, I'm that guy who rains on it. But anyway, that's pretty interesting. So it is a combination of pollution from China and wildfire haze sometimes that causes some of these beautiful sunsets that we see. 7:07, we'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with the Chief Medical Officer of the Department of Public Health and Social Services, Dr. Cabrera. That's next right here on The Link. Good morning.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. see Freddie Berdadzu, Joe Hernandez, and I want to say Gene. Did this. It was like a one-off. They kind of did Live Local Fridays. I think they were gigging together too, but this is First Love. It's a cover. Good stuff though. 7/13, February 16th, Tuesday. Oh, here, Jay. Yeah.
Dr. Felix, originally from the Marianas up north.
There you go. Yeah. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, North Side.
We got Dr. Felix, North Side. North Side, NMI. What?
670.
Dr. Cabrera, who's the Chief Medical Officer for the Department of Public Health. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning, Chris. How you doing?
We're doing pretty good. Thanks for coming on. I guess we'll just start with what we're hearing about. I think we reported it yesterday, is that we could see a declaration of PCOR 3 by the end of the week. And in the interview of the story we just played, the governor dropped the CAR score. She said, "Hey, we've been having a CAR score. It's been low for the last 8 weeks, so that kind of justifies a change in the PCOR status." I guess we can just start there and get your thoughts on that, Doc. Are we ready to go to PCOR 3?
Well, I think I think that the community has definitely done a tremendous job in terms of lowering the CAR score. We've had a CAR score below 2 or so for like the past 70 days or so. So I mean, that's a tremendous accomplishment for us to be extremely proud of. And and as the governor has said, with that comes more liberties, so to speak, because we've earned that. We it's not like there isn't any community spread at all. It still exists right now, so we still have to be vigilant. So we still have to continue, our primary prevention matters. But at the same time, it may mean that we can start adding on additional activities and that are technically supposed, could be riskier, but if we take the right precautions, should not increase our risk overall, especially in this low community spread setting.
Doc, it kind of seems like we've opened pretty much everything up ahead of this PCOR 3 declaration. So is it going to be the capacities that are going to change with the PCOR 3 announcement?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what are going to be the final decisions on that, and we'll learn more toward the end of this week. But looking at capacities, looking at other industries as well, and basically trying to see what their plans are in terms of how to mitigate overall. And so we'll see what's being discussed over the next couple of days.
I know that when we had you on the last few times, we talked about some of the samples that we got from incoming travelers who tested positive in quarantine, that those were sent off to the Centers for Disease Control for analysis to see if they were any of the variants that are out. Have we heard back? And if not, when are we anticipating hearing back?
Yeah, we have not heard back yet any results, but this is the first week that we anticipate we may get results. So it's either going to be at some point this week or next week when we'll get results. And so, as you can imagine, they're doing a lot of sequencing throughout the country, trying to identify these variants. There's for example, the variant out of the United Kingdom. It's being identified in about 33 states now. Wow. And they're continuing to survey that. Of course, also looking at the South African and the South American strain. So they're quite busy, but they've taken our samples as well, and so we're just in the queue, and we should be sending out additional samples as well, and doing it on a regular basis for our own surveillance.
I read somewhere that they had a bunch of variant cases in Hawaii. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's my understanding, is that the cases have already made it to Hawaii, and I believe it is the B117 variant, which is the United Kingdom one.
And so, that being said, if we do receive the results from the CDC, when we receive the results from the CDC, how is that going to change our response to the pandemic if we get back results that show that we do have the variant?
So the way I see it, there's basically 3 different scenarios here. And then just to get, so we sent out half of them representing positives that came from the community and another half that represent positives that came from the QFAC for those that were travelers. And so the first of three possibilities is that they're all returned back negative, that they're not of one of these variant strains that we're concerned of. The second possibility is that we get positive, but it's in the QFAC, one of the QFAC travelers. So that actually just says to the success of the quarantine facility and our protocols, and that we've caught it within there rather than it entering the community. If we find that, and then the last one is the one that we fear the most, is that if we find that it's already in the community, then that may change a lot of things here and in terms of what we want to do. But at the same time, if it is in the community, and these are samples again that were from December and January, then and if it is found in the community, then that means that we've done that even though it's been in the community, that we've done a tremendous job of keeping it at bay. So that's how I would interpret that.
I had read that the governor was saying something about by April that travelers may be able to, Guam residents returning from abroad may be able to home quarantine. But then I remember when we talked to you and the other doctors, there kind of seems to be this thought that we might be making the quarantine a little more strict because of the variant. So which of these is accurate?
Well, a lot can happen between now and April. So it's really hard to say. All I know is that for the more immediate features that we're right now looking at other ways to kind of tighten the bolts, so to speak, with the quarantine process and ensuring that we don't have leaks overall, and looking at the areas where there could be potential leaks in the process. So we're doing that right now, but as we move forward, and remember that also in April, what percentage of our community is going to be vaccinated is going to be very different than it is right now. Right. So, putting all of that together, I think it's really hard to predict what the decisions are going to be made that far in advance, but it's a goal to look forward to. To consider, we have to look at both sides of it, and we have to have, very frank discussions about both sides of tightening and loosening, so that we can kind of see what that looks like. And in fact, we're having very active discussions about both sides, so to speak.
There was, and I know we talked about this last week, Dr. Shea had sent out an email about, there was a guidance from the CDC, and we already asked you about this. But anyway, it turns out that although his messaging seemed to imply that those who are vaccinated can skip out on quarantine when they come back to the island, that's not even what the advisory said. He sent another one out about the BinaxNOW testing and the accuracy with asymptomatics. Would you care to address any of that?
Well, let's be very clear here. So first of all, anybody with, the question about symptoms versus asymptomatic using the Binax, which is the antigen test right now. If you have symptoms, we're going to start you out with the Binax just because it's quicker and it's faster and we can find out on the spot. But everyone with symptoms is going to get a molecular test or a PCR test. And so that issue is being addressed right off the bat. Now, to use it on asymptomatic persons, so there still is a lot of validity in that as well. And there's more and more studies that are coming out. The CDC themselves are publishing these studies that are looking at how much, if you test positive on the antigen test, how much that actually correlates with active virus, live virus in your nose, basically, and in your body, and how your ability to infect others. And so that's something that the PCR doesn't do because it's way too sensitive. It's going to pick up dead and live viruses. So understanding that is a really important part here, and using that to our advantage is important as well. And so we are doing that, and we are taking advantage of that. And it's a balance of also the ease and of doing more widespread testing. And so that's why we're doing that. But again, I come back to the fact that it has an emergency use authorization specifically for symptomatics, because that's what it was done. That's what was submitted early on. But we are not limiting ourselves to that because of the way that we have the ability to do confirmatory testing as well.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about the isolation facility. So I know that there's a movement underway to move it from the Bayview over to another Quartec property at Garden Villa or Garden Court or something. But can you kind of explain, for those who don't understand, who goes into the isolation facility, and is the need for one, is it a great part of our response?
It's probably one of the most key parts of our response right now, just as important as the quarantine facility. Basically, travelers who end up testing positive during their quarantine are moved to the isolation facility for continued observation and care in that controlled setting, because again of the potential that they may have that strain, and so that's why it's very important for them to be have a much higher degree of isolation assurance, basically. Now, also, the isolation facility is still available for those who do not have suitable homes to isolate in, for those who test positive from the community, and so that is made available to them as well. And so it still serves an extremely important purpose.
And so the people who are in the ISOFAC, are a large majority of them asymptomatic?
I don't know the answer to that question, actually, in terms of if they're asymptomatic, because they may have entered in there asymptomatic, but maybe a day later they're symptomatic. So I don't have direct eyes on what percentage are currently symptomatic.
But what type of medical care, if any, is available at the isolation facility for these COVID positives?
Oh, well, it's basic screenings, checking their vital signs and, looking at their oxygen saturation and doing that on a regular intervals. And then if they need a higher level of care, then they're transferred to a higher level of care.
Do we see that a lot, Doc, where you have people who come in and, they're doing okay, they're in the ISOFAC, and then their condition worsens and they're transferred out?
It has happened on several occasions, and so, but it's not a frequent thing that happens, because usually that's usually identified quite early. But it has happened, and I can't say how frequently. And of course, back when it was when we had a lot of cases, it was probably several times a week where that may have been happening, where they were sent, and sometimes they're just sent to the emergency room to get further workup, but then they end up being okay, and then they get sent back to the ISOFAC, for example. So do you remember also that some of those who were admitted at like GMH, for example, and then they already no longer need hospitalization, then they're discharged, but then they end up at times getting discharged to the isolation facility. And a lot of times that's because out of the request of the patient and the family.
How are we doing on our vaccine supply and incoming orders?
So we are, there is assurances that we're going to get an increased allotment for March as well. So we're looking forward to that, and it's that we don't have to wait toward the middle of March or so, that we are going to be able to put in the order toward the end of this month, and then hopefully have it during the first week of March in terms of when we get our new supply, and it should be the highest amount that we've gotten so far. So because each month they're increasing the allocation for us.
And so do you think, I know in the public hearing they had said that we probably wouldn't meet the July 21st vaccination target that the governor set. How's it looking now?
No, I think, first of all, what I had said, again, I was using quick math and trying to figure out if we were going to, if we were just on a linear growth of vaccinations that are being allotted to us, that we probably would fall short. But because we are getting these incremental increases every month, so that's a percentage increase each month. So a percentage on increase on a percentage on increase on a percentage on increase is going to continue to grow. And when we actually plot that out, then it looks like we might actually get to our goal of having well over 200,000 vaccines available to us on Guam in July.
Doc, let's talk about the way forward with an anticipated PCOR 3 declaration slated. I mean, all things hold steady by the end of the week. How is the messaging going to go when we're continuing to ask people to do what they have to do to be safe, when on the other hand, we're, ramping down on the seriousness of the condition of readiness.
Yeah. Well, let me say this here first, is that going to PCOR 3 does not mean you don't have to wear a mask anymore. It does not mean that we don't have to wash our hands anymore. And it does not mean that we don't have to socially distance and do these all, consistently. Going to PCOR 3 is a different level. It's all the other circumstances, right? All the other mitigation efforts. So I think that's as we allow more of these lifting of mitigations from businesses, for example, and different activities, it only makes those 4 Ws even more important, and makes vaccinations even more important. So I think it goes together. I don't think it's a message in any way. It also goes together with why we have to tighten up quarantine even more. The tighter we have quarantine, and the more assured we are about quarantine, the more liberty we have as a community. And so that's and we see that in the CNMI, we see that in Saipan, and that they've done a really good job of shoring up their quarantine process for travelers. And because of that, the community reaps the benefit of that, and that they're open for business, and they're able to do a lot of things, and they're very near normal in a lot of aspects. They still take their mitigation efforts as they can, but it's life is good there.
Life is good in the NMI, Jay. Yeah, we get Kevin on, and we're always giving him a hard time about that. Doc, but is there enough virus out there for people to worry about? Because the numbers are just so low lately, and I think people have people. No offense, but maybe people are thinking that it's over.
Far from it. Our score's not 0. Okay, that's one thing, and we're still getting positive cases in the community. And again, we are not 100% sure that this is not that the new strain is not present already on Guam. And if it is, remember how much more infectious it is. And so you take a little wildfire that grows rapidly. This is different. This is going to be several wildfires bursting in flames in an inferno, and so it has the potential for that. So because of that, we still have to be vigilant.
Anything in closing here? What are we doing this week with the department?
And so, again, we're continuing to primarily focus on second dose vaccinations this week here. Again, there's all these questions about, when to get your second dose and all that. Our goal is still, those people who need second doses, our goal is still to ensure that they get it in a timely manner. And right now, then that's been the big focus. There is still availability for first doses, those who are still eligible. We encourage you to go out. In particular, like for the UOG field house, they are giving out first doses, and that's right. This week it will be Pfizer doses only for first doses, because all the Moderna is being saved up for second doses. And then also with the public health, specifically doing the community outreach projects for the homebound, and then also for having these village pods as well. So pay attention to the JIC and the reports that come out of that in terms of the scheduling, and refer to that and take advantage of it.
Oh, Doc, I wanted to ask you, because I heard over the weekend, just talking to some people, and I don't know how anecdotal it is, but there's a couple people who I know who got pretty sick after their second dose. Are we seeing reactions to the second dose? And is that more likely than any type of adverse reactions that people get on the first shot?
Yeah, so I think one's important to define what really sick means, and so what we're seeing is the vaccine doing its job. And so I say it like this: if you're feeling kind of crummy after your second dose in particular, think about how much that's your training. It's like you feel crummy when you're training for a marathon, but think about how much stronger you're going to be after that training. So that's what I kind of equated to. And so for example, my wife had her second dose of the Moderna just last week, and she didn't do too well after the couple of days, and we kept debating whether or not she was going to take ibuprofen or not. And the reason being is because, yeah, if the symptoms become unbearable, just take an analgesic, take your Tylenol, take an ibuprofen, but try and hold off if you can, because that's your body immune response working. And so she held off as long as she could, but then eventually she had to take a dose toward the end of the day, so she needed to get some rest.
I had a message here, Doc. Whatever happened to the flu? I remember back during the start of flu season, that was something that we were really worried about.
Yeah, and this is not something that we've seen throughout the world. In particular, is that the flu. I think we beat the flu. I think the flu no longer exists anymore. But it's because of these mitigations. The flu is very infectious, but not as infectious as coronavirus. And because we've taken our efforts, we really also really depressed the occurrence of the flu. We still have flu on the island, just to be clear. There were cases of the flu, and even some that were hospitalized, and some patients that have both the flu and the coronavirus. And so it wasn't like it went away 100%. But it definitely went down to a certain effect that it we hardly had any cases.
Well, there you go. Anything else, Doc, before we let you go?
No, I just thank everybody for their tremendous effort, and those who are still holding out and getting a vaccine. I think it's important that you really consider it. And it's, if you really want to be part of the cool kids, you're gonna go get a vaccination when you're eligible and join the vaccination.
All right, don't you want to be cool, guys? Thanks, Doc.
All right, thanks everyone.
See you.
Have a good day.
Dr. Felix Cabrera. Jay, do you want to be cool or do you want to be Kewell with a Kewl?
This would be the first time in my life I've actually been with the in crowd.
Right. 7:33. We'll take a quick break. And coming up, we got Labor Director Dave Della Sola with a quick update right here on the link. Good morning.
BK's Steakhouse King is back for
Conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day in Mabuhay. I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Eric with a C, Borja. It goes like this.
There's a little,
There's a little line in here.
yeah,
funny.
there's a little line that makes everybody giggle on that about exactly the reaction that
He says something like, my chili, it goes like this, right?
yeah, like I remember the first time that came up, me and Joseph were like setting up and we were like, wait, what did you just say?
What did he just say? 7:38. Good morning. Let's head into the Zoom room where Labor Director Dave Della Sola is standing by. Good morning, Dave. Thanks for joining us.
Morning, Chris. How you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good. I guess we'll just start with the current status update of the PUA payouts, and then I kind of wanted to move into what's coming out of Congress and how that's going to impact us here locally. So, Dave, where are we at with payouts and PUA and fraud and all that good stuff?
Well, we batched a payment file last night, and I just got the preliminary numbers. They haven't been confirmed as far as making sure everything looks good, but from what I can see, they look pretty good. We batched a total of just over $14 million that will be going out by the end of this week. Of that, 7.6 million is for PUA. 6.5 million is for FPOC, and about 58,000 is for the LWA. So a total of $14.1 million is going out at the end of this week to various banks and mailboxes.
And still there's still no update on the reduced hours coverage, Dave?
No, from the last update that I heard from the congressman, and of course, I pressed out that our governor, along with Saipan congressman and Saipan governor, all wrote the Secretary of Labor. Of course, we know that he's not been confirmed yet. I think he had a hearing, so we're kind of waiting. But basically asking him for help and relief for the reduced hours. The congressman felt that it was more of an administrative effort than a legislative effort, and he wrote to the Biden. And I know he was recently quoting that he felt pretty confident about getting it fixed. So I think we laid all the foundation of what we can do from this side, and the rest is a matter of getting the Secretary of Labor in place to see whether or not he will consider our request. And of course, we haven't gotten any feedback until he gets in there.
How much fraud are we seeing in this second go round? Is it comparing it all to what we saw in the first round of PUA and FPUC?
No, we've and the reason for that is back in November, we put in all the way from, I'd say, August to November, we were trying various fraud measures that we came up with and the software vendor came up with. And we employed about a dozen to 20 different measures. Some worked very well, some didn't. And it wasn't until November that we got what we felt was a good mix of measures that was able to curtail the fraud so that we can actually manage the claim process of monitoring and cleaning to batch them out. That's why after November, we went quite aggressive in moving that date forward all the way up to present, like we are now, to be able to batch, because, initially we had, 90% fraud to every 10% claims. And every day we had to clean out 90%. We had a total of 93,000 fraud claims that were filed that got into our system that we managed to we had to clean. Now it's a much more manageable number that we're able to get and take care of. So I'm very happy with, so far, knock on wood, the fraud measures that we put in are holding up. There's still fraud getting in, but we're still managing to get it before it actually pays out. We have a couple other things up our sleeve that we do at the last minute to make sure that we catch all those off-island payments.
Where are we with the overpayment payments, and waivers of those. I remember you said something like you were working on trying to get a waiver for certain types of overpayment.
Yeah. So the overpayments, we deployed the software overpayment module in January, and that's why a lot of overpayment letters went out. We continue to work very closely with all the claimants that have been coming in to pay, and a lot of these were small type of claim overpayments, mainly from distributing your income or getting the PPP along with the PUA and various sorts like that. And so, we continue to try to handle that along with the implementation of this new PUA program. So that's been quite a big a challenge, of course, for all our staff and people that, we had a lot of people that, of course, had to reopen their claims that were expired, and a lot of them forgot or never knew how to work an online claim system. So we had to hold all those people that are trying to come back on, filing their weeks. And then you have the overpayments. We continue to do appeals. That's been running well. It's a laborious process, but that's moving. So we're moving along. It's just a lot of moving parts and a lot of things to come up with, especially with the implementation of the new program. It has a lot of requirements, especially notifications. We put out the reduced hours, but we also put out the refusal to work. That's one. There's a mandatory documents that is required, but we've been pretty good at that from the beginning. And of course, there's an ID verifications that we need to make sure that we feel confident with the present system that we have going on. And, we're trying to see what's going to happen with the new Biden plan that's coming up.
And I guess we'll just pivot from there. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Congressman Nicholas had a press conference talking about all of the things that are coming out of Congress. What types of changes are we anticipating with the PUA and the FPUC with this new round of relief that's heading down?
Well, of course, we won't know until it actually passes. But the biggest change is just the kind of that we're seeing is that the FPUC will change from 300 to 400. And then the biggest change, of course, is that instead of it sunsetting in March and April, we're looking for, they're looking at like August 29th for to continue the program. And so those were the main changes. So a much longer continuation and a little bit increase in the FPUC. So we'll see what gets vetted out in both houses and what President Biden ends up signing. But I'm just hoping that there's not a lot more processes or requirements to keep the program going. And of course, the one thing that you're going to have to remember is once we start opening up more, get into PCOR 3, businesses start to open, you're going to see a change in the requirements for our program. You're going to have to start essentially job searching. And that's a whole new dynamic that basically we've never implemented because we've always been pretty much in a shutdown, not a recovery mode with this PUA program. So there's a requirement to look for like 3 jobs a week, and you have to upload that on your weekly claim process, and which is going to change and require a lot more effort on the claimant part.
Right.
When we get down that road. Right now, we're not there yet, but I just kind of want to put it out there that people, as we open up and recover, so does the requirements that is to allow you to continue on with the PUA program.
Dave, I had a couple of questions here. What about people who are working on a commission basis? And then I would just like to add also contract workers. who are not making any income but are back to work full time. Also, those people who are working on commission basis, only they do not receive hourly pay. Are they entitled to the PUA?
There's a little bit more complicated. Let me put it this way. On the, you got the 11 requirements that are eligible requirements to allow you to get PUA. So the new one that's there is the KK, which is the last one, where it allows independent contractors, gig workers, or self-employed to be open and trying to make an income. But if you still have even though that you open, you still have a large diminishment in your income, then you can still apply for PUA under the KK reason. So if you fall under that you're open and you're self-employed or independent contractor or a gig worker, and you're out there, it doesn't matter if you're fully open or partially open. If you see a large diminishment in your income, then you would just claim that income and you could get full PUA or to reduce PUA depending on the earning disregard. So that is something that's new that allows, and that's a big thing for Guam. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that are trying to, because of tourism, maybe they're opening, they're trying to make a living, they're trying to do something, and this allows them to open and try to work. And if you don't make much money this week, then you just claim that money and you can still get the PUA. If you do really good the next week, then you don't file for that week. And you just keep going until you can start sustaining yourself.
Dave, I know that when the second round came out and then the revelation that those on reduced hours wouldn't be eligible to receive any PUA benefits, did that affect the total number of people on the PUA program? And if so, how many workers were affected by that?
Well, we give a rough estimate of about 30%. And you have to, it's hard to gauge because our program doesn't, either you're eligible for PUA or not. It doesn't differentiate the different types of categories like that, so it's difficult. So we estimate about 30%. And as time has been moving forward, a lot more businesses, as you can see now, Chris, a lot more businesses are open. And so a lot of those people are going back into work. And as I stated, that if you're working, then businesses try to work fewer employees, but at longer hours. And at least they're gaining some income. And as I stated, this is not something that I'm happy about. And the governor's not happy, and the congressman's not happy. And there's a lot of, all the people in Saipan and about 1/3 the states also that we're paying out. So we continue to fight and try to get that changed. But in the meanwhile, at least the unemployed can still get this benefit. Like I said, 14 million going out this week. And that's still a lot of money. And we're in the range of like $570 million, give or take, that we put out there. So we continue to get the money out. That was what the governor wanted, and we continue to do that. Fight the fight, but you have to remember this is a federal program. It's their rules, and I need to just continue to do that and fight the rules to see if we can get them changed, and hopefully we can. And I don't file if you're reduced hours, or hold off filing until we can put this to bed, and that way you don't get a possible overpayment if they decide not to grant the change.
Dave, we had one last comment here before I let you go. Can you ask about the job search requirement for self-employed who can't look for another job because they are the business owner?
Well, that's a good, something that I have to figure that out exactly. I have, an answer, but I don't want to give it out until I get it vetted out. So maybe next time I come on your show, I can give you a clean answer. Like I said, right now it's nothing to worry about because the job searches haven't been a requirement. The governor put out an EO basically removing the job search requirement, and that's in place indefinitely until our island opens up and there's actual jobs to start looking for. So we know we're not there yet, and when we are getting closer to that time, I'll have all the information of all those little nuances that you are asking for. But that's a good question.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Chris.
Have a good week.
You too. You have safe.
Dave Della Sola, Department of Labor Director there with our PUA update. 7:54, we'll take a quick break, and then we're coming back with Here's to Your Health, starring Jason Solis. Next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
So this is the mission. So many times in life I've been let down.
All right, everybody, you are watching The Link right here on KUAM and listening on Breeze 93.9 FM and watching us, of course, interactively on Facebook Live. We're going to say goodbye to our KUAM TV viewers for the day. We'll see you guys on Wednesday, Hump Day. Enjoy your day of quality programming right here on KUAM TV. The show continues. Add in your comments, interact with the KUAM family, do everything you can do interactively because the show continues on Facebook Live. As for TV, we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Continues, and it's time for our Here's to Our Health segment, as we do each and every Tuesday, where we tackle topics of health, and I guess I shouldn't probably use the
Here's
word
to
tackle
Your
when I'm
Health
talking with,
is
physical
presented
therapists,
by
because-
American
or maybe
Medical
I should,
Center.
because that's the area where the two gentlemen joining me this morning, that is their wheelhouse. We have Dr. Luan Nguyen and Dr. Leonard Campos with NewGen Physical Therapy. Gentlemen, so good to see you, and welcome to the show. We're very happy to be working with you guys.
Thank you for
thanks for
having
having us.
All right, good to see. Like you can never know too many Guam doctors, and and especially when it comes to physical therapy, which I assume, gentlemen, your work maybe took or did it even take like a little bit of a dip because of the pandemic? But I assume now with school coming back, everybody's asking about like what's going on with sports. People may have been very sedentary over the last 10 months and everything like that. I'm assuming, and in a certain deal, I'm hoping that actually your workload picks back up again.
Yeah, we definitely took a little dip in services over the year. There wasn't as many elective surgeries for things like ACL repairs, shoulder surgeries, knee surgeries. Not as many injuries in sports since there weren't as much sports. But we did see an uptake in some other sedentary type causes for pain. But yeah, definitely the physical therapy was affected. We were able to mitigate that a little with telehealth, which was okay on the island, and allowed us just to at least provide services to our clients.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we were just trying to get through the year and try to chug through and get to this year and try to make a good comeback or a rebound.
All right. And Dr. Nguyen, you guys are actually located in Tamuning next to another organization that we're very, very familiar with over at Steel Athletics. So, congratulations on the digs. That's a great place to be. So close to the hospital and, very centrally located for people in need of your services.
Great. Thank you very much. It was very kind of humble beginnings where we just started with just maybe about four people. It was just myself, Dr. Campos, my wife, and Janae and Justin, and just with trying to fill the need of physical therapy. But we certainly evolved over the last 4 years. And, personally at American Medical Center, after seeing thousands of patients, I just started to see a lot of the connection between chronic illness and just joint disease where, I would say 80 to 90% of the patients that walk through NewGen typically get better, but we noticed that some patients quite didn't progress as well because of some of the lifestyle things. So with that in mind, we added, involved different services, and we've added a health coach to really work on the nutrition aspects, to have a more anti-inflammatory diet, to really look at stress and chronic stress and management of that, and trying to put all that together to have better results. And that's kind of in the more direction we've added to our services.
That's interesting. You would diversify in that way, because I know most people, I know I've thought of, as a patient and as someone who has brought, my late father and also my mom, because my mom dealt with sciatica for the better part of about 1.5 years. And so she went through physical therapy. I wouldn't naturally make the connection between, okay, if I need like a wellness coach, someone with within the scope of dietitian and everything like that, they would go to a physical therapy, outlet. But that is pretty cool how you kind of offer that one-stop shopping now.
Right.
Yeah, we really believe in a collaborative approach, and in medicine, that's shown to work the best when your medical doctors work with your physical therapist, work with your dietitian, work with your nutritionist. So we're really creating a team to put behind our clients. So it was a no-brainer for us to bring in the health and wellness side with the health coaching. It just supplements our medical care and our physical therapy care we provide. So our clients get the best outcomes.
Now, Dr. Campos, I like the fact that I shouldn't say I like the fact that you said there's a lot of ACL tears and things like that. As a former athlete and everything, that scared the heck out of me, right? Whenever somebody says ACL, those are the 3 scariest letters you ever want to mention to a volleyball player, right? But with the return to sports, and Guam is such a sports-loving community. I know that we've talked to coaches and people with the ISA and IIAAG, and they said we want to make sure that when student athletes get back into the competitive spirit, everyone just wants to jump back on the field, get back on the court. But these are kids who, even if they were getting a little bit of exercise, they're not in like game ready shape and everything like that. So what are you anticipating maybe about some of the concerns that might come your way, or, as we begin to get more and more into slowly inch back into competitive sports, things like maybe, twisted ankles or, slight sprains and things like that. What are you anticipating?
Yeah, we really recommend people do a pretty good strength and conditioning and try to get back into their programs as early as they can. Tendon loading and all that has a big impact. And with a year off from play, it does make people more prone to those types of injuries. So recommend people get back out there, put some load on their body, do some jumping, some running. We don't want to see all those ACL tears and meniscus injuries in the office. That's why we have a pretty in-depth preseason program where we get our kids, primarily our kids, ready for sports play by strength and conditioning and getting their body loaded. So that way, when they're going to play, it's not such a big increase in the loading, which usually results in these injuries. So we really recommend that to everyone. Get out there prior to season, prior to play, and put the time in. It'll only make them better during season.
Now, on the opposite side of the spectrum, Dr. Nguyen, are a lot of your clientele like more on the side of maybe some of our islands like elderly or, you know, people that have had maybe like osteoporosis issues or even maybe like post-op that need that kind of like care to get them back to a to like a normal state of health if they've been through some sort of traumatic event?
Certainly, yeah, I do have a lot of chronic lifestyle management type patients, and that's where I really try to push for kind of making that connection between how key your lifestyle choices, what you do on a day-to-day basis affect your joints, just even the pain level, because it's interesting how you can get two different patients where, you know, on the x-ray, they both have bone-to-bone, you know, joint arthritis on the x-ray, but they can have two different outcomes where one's walking, running fine, and the other one's in chronic pain. And just that factor is just the lifestyle things, just the nutrition, how much they exercise, even just how their optimism versus pessimism, all those kind of attitudes and things make a big difference in terms of the pain levels and outcomes they have in their life. And just the kind of, you know, to scope on the outer side or the, I guess, elderly, I guess on the elderly side, I'm 40 right now. And my own personal goal is to play tennis past 100 and to get a world ranking on the senior tour. So I want to be able to give that quality of life. I noticed that, you know, treating, you know, thousands and thousands of patients, that we've had great technology, medications, and being able to put stents and all kinds of things to prolong the life, but a quality of life is not necessarily much better. So I want to really emphasize the fact of how can we improve our quality of life and how can we do the things that we used to love into our life.
Hey, well, if you ever fly down, because as I understand it, there's a pretty big tennis tournament going down in down under right now. So if you ever want to fly down and take on Rafael Nadal, give us a ring and everything. We'll be sure to cover that for you.
I might have a chance when I'm 80 and the physical therapists are keeping me in shape.
There you go. Hey, we'll
keep you in shape.
You have a KUM promise. We'll cover that for you.
Remember, the saying is motion is lotion. So if you keep moving, keep active, it'll keep all those joints nice and healthy. As opposed to being sedentary, and then all those arthritic pains start to become a problem for people. So recommend people, you know, stay active, get their daily activity in. I think the World Health Organization recommends about 150 minutes a week. So we want to really promote that and get people moving so they can stay healthy longer.
Good tip. Motion is lotion. I like that. So maybe if both of you gentlemen can, maybe take us through the average day of a physical therapist on Guam in terms of like the number and the breadth of the cases that you see, and maybe just like, you know, what your work day is like as far as, you know, maybe like doing assessments, doing referrals, and then actually dealing with patients and maybe doing research.
Okay, so yeah, we got how many people we see can vary quite a bit from setting to setting. We tend to keep our patients to about 6 to 8 a day per therapist. That way we give quite a long amount of time for each clinician to spend with each client. I think that's what separates us, is putting the time in with the client. So we see about 8, you know, somewhere between 6 and 9. Usually we'll come in, and the way I like to do it is I like to start by talking with our clients, figuring out what's going on, what worked good for them last time. It's a continual problem solving task where we're listening to the needs, and then we're trying to create a solution or see if it fits in our plan for how we're going to work with those problems or those identified issues. Mm-hmm. So we'll spend quite a few minutes talking with the clients, and then we'll get to moving. I like to place hands and try to see if there's anything I can do personally with every client to make them feel better. Once we get their pain down, we can have them do all kinds of things, all kinds of exercises. So we like to really believe in using our manual techniques to unlock more activities in a physical and exercise route, and then that way we can overall better them. Anyone can make someone feel good with a massage. That relief of pain is fleeting and lasts for only a little bit. The exercise is where we get the long-term results. So we use the hand things to get them feeling good and get the buy-in, and then we work them with exercise to make the long plan happen for them.
Well, of course, with
and
our audience here, if you offer a quality massage to any Guamanian, you know, whether you've lived here for 2 weeks or, you know, 20 years and everything like that, you'd have to be a fool to turn that down.
Yeah, we get quite a few people in here asking for massages, and we do give them out, but we always have a lot of exercise on the other side of that. So that way we're not just making people feel better in a fleeting moment, but getting them better overall. We always thinking about how to discharge someone. So we want to get them better so we can do that. And then we say, if you want to come back to us for something else, we're more than likely to see that, but we definitely want to resolve the issues you came to us for.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Dr. Nguyen, what's your average day like?
Average day, generally at 8 to 5, see about 20, 25 patients a day. And a lot of my patients deal with really counseling, actually, just talking to them about how to reverse diabetes, how to improve their chronic conditions. Because the number one rule of longevity is avoid, the big killers, right? Like the heart disease, the strokes, diabetes, and that's kind of the biggest battle of how to reverse those things, to avoid hospitalizations and things. So a lot of my time is spent counseling and talking about nutrition and exercise and things along with medications.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so final question to both of you gentlemen. And again, I come back to the fact that Guam is such a sports-rich, sports-loving community. For athletes out there, at any level, we may be on the national team, high school, middle school, pickup clubs, or you just go to your village gym and play. For people with that mentality, their body is their main asset and everything. And even if they haven't had a debilitating injury, or even if they don't have a condition about themselves which may prove to be more problematic down the line, what services can you provide that they can say, hey, I'm doing really well right now, I'm competing, I take care of myself, but I want to keep myself in tip-top shape, so I can go see the folks at NewGen and everything like that, and they can make sure that I'm in top competitive form?
Well, we do offer lots of different types of testing for return to play, and to make sure someone is ready to play, that they have a lower likelihood of injury. But we have a lot of other things, from the health coaching, nutrition coaching, things like that. But we also offer various forms of exercise, from our personal training with our strength and conditioning coaches, to even aquatics, where we can put someone in the pool. We reduce impact to the joints, but we can still strengthen them up. So we're the only place on Guam that's offering the aquatic therapy in that fashion. So we've tried to create an army over here that can provide any physical therapy or health or wellness needs. And we've been slowly assembling our pieces to create a very comprehensive plan. So I think what you get here is a team that has a lot of resources to put behind you to keep our athletes playing, to keep them healthy, and to make them succeed. All
right, Dr. Nguyen, you have the final word.
Just a final plug, kind of related to the health and wellness side, is we do have a program where we consider a weight management, but I really looking at it in perspective of how to reverse diabetes and your chronic illnesses. But it's a weight management program with Aetna and NetCare, and it's a 3-month program. So you work between me, and I mainly order a lot of the labs to kind of assess the progress, and then you also work with a health coach. And it's a 3-month program. You just pay about $175 as a deposit, but you get that back at the end of the program. So it's essentially free if you're able to make that deposit once you complete. So I'm excited, and we've been having great results. We've had as much as 50 pounds weight loss. We've had people get off medications, or from diabetic to non-diabetic. So it's been an exciting program, and we're trying to really build that and help the community that way. So that, and also to touch upon Dr. Campus, we do also have a sports performance program where the physical therapist works with the personal trainer. So we do have a lot of the national tennis players that have gone through our program, and we're trying to expand that to help that into soccer and basketball, other sports as well.
All right, well, gents, that's all the time we have for today, but it was a really delight working with the both of you. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, because what we're going to come in the coming weeks and everything like that, we hope to pass more information on to the community, educate people about the services that you're always able to provide, and send a lot of business your way, because you guys are doing a lot of really good work. So congratulations for being back in the office, and we wish you both the best, and thank you for what you do for our community.
Yeah, we invite everybody to come down and see our new office. We're over here at the KG Plaza, right next to Steel, and where the old Couture is, and Micropack. So we're over here. We create a beautiful environment for people to get well. Shout outs to Guam Real Estate Agent for setting us up. But come by, see the place. Our house is your house.
All right, can't wait. Maybe next week we'll do some stretching exercises. Like we'll do an interactive thing over Zoom, and everybody watching can participate. We'll all make sure that we're in tip-top shape with physical therapy. Thank you, gentlemen.
Sounds good. Thanks for having us on.
All right, have a good day. And we will see them next week. And Sabrina Salas-Mata, look what the cat dragged in. She is here right now. Good morning, Bree.
Half a day, everybody. Good morning. We do have an update to that developing story that we brought you last night regarding a missing spear fisherman. We're going to go straight to Pago Bay live, where our Peter Santos is on scene to bring us an update. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, Bree. Good morning, everybody over there. So yeah, I just arrived here to Pago Bay. The ambulance has just left the scene. From what we know from spokesperson Kevin Riley, the 53-year-old male spear fisherman was recovered, and he didn't make it this time around. And so just waiting for Kevin here. They're still buttoning up everything on the scene. Everybody's still here, GPD, GFD.
Right. So I'm just looking at the release from GFD, pulling it up here. Guam Fire, Coast Guard, the Navy's HSC-25. They were participating in the search for this fisherman. I believe the last time he was seen was yesterday, late afternoon, around 4:30. He had gone out fishing, and he had not returned at the time that they thought that he would. And so ever since last night, I think that's when we had broke the story. And you were on the scene, actually, right, Peter?
Yep, I was on the scene. If you can see right here, they still have all the jet skis out. Everybody's just still in the water at this moment. Mm-hmm. And so last night they had helicopters from the Coast Guard. They also had a bunch of different fire engine units come down. It was a really collaborative effort. I believe Doña Fire was here scouring the shores because the current was pushing in.
Mm-hmm. The Special Operations Division, officers from the Guam Police Department, they also joined in the search. And I believe at around 7:34 this morning is when they were able to locate the body of this missing fisherman. The only information we know at this point is that he is 53 years old. Is there any other information you were able to glean from anyone on the scene as to who this spear fisherman is?
As per Kevin Riley, the residents around the Pago Bay area said that he's a regular fisherman. He comes here all the time, and he usually sets out at like 4:30, like he did this time. And when it hit 7, they noticed something was wrong because he doesn't really stay out that long, from what I'm told, because he doesn't really carry lights with him. And so for him to be out past 7 o'clock was an unusual thing.
Now, we're told, according to the release from the Guam Fire Department, that this individual, again, 53-year-old man, he was found submerged in approximately 15 to 20 feet of water inside the Pago Bay area. And definitely our condolences to his family and his friends. Where exactly in the Pago Bay area is this?
So right where you're right before you go to the bridge, there's that left turn if you're heading towards Doña, and then it's a little road going down into the east side.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it looks like a pretty popular place for people to come over and do fishing of all different sorts, and so I guess this was just kind of like a fishing spot for this gentleman.
Mm-hmm. All right. Is Kevin available? Maybe we could get him to kind of give us an update. Hi, Kevin. I see him now. Is he able to talk about the search and what transpired overnight and everybody, all the different agencies that were involved?
Yeah, spokesperson Riley will be with us in just a second. I believe I can get him on right now. Let me just put my camera.
Morning, Kevin.
That's Sabrina. Yeah. Half a day, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Unfortunately, we had some bad news this morning. As just after 7:30, our units were able to retrieve the body of the missing fisherman. He was located about 75 yards in from the mouth of the channel inside Pago Bay. We did have Guam Police Department, along with our rescue personnel out here. We worked hand in hand again, conducted a thorough search this morning at first light, and eventually within an hour recovered the missing fisherman.
Mm-hmm.
He has been positively ID'd by his family, and he'll be taken into remains.
So is his family on scene?
Yes, they were here last night as well.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we're hoping for the best outcome. Unfortunately, it came to this.
Mm-hmm. Is there any signs of what might have whether he was injured in the water or anything like that?
I'm sorry.
Was there any signs that he was injured in the water or?
Right now, GP is still going to conduct their investigation as they usually do for any drowning or any death in the field. They will conduct their investigation at a later date.
Mm-hmm. Do we know? Can you tell us who he was or what village he's from?
Well, we'll wait for the official. Even though some family members were here, we'd have to wait for GPD to do the official next of kin report before they release that information.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate all of your efforts, Kevin. Thanks for coming on with us this morning, and stay safe.
All right. Absolutely. All right. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. Take care. All right. Thanks, Peter.
No problem.
All right. All right, there you have an update to our breaking story. A 53-year-old spear fisherman who had been reported missing yesterday off of Pago Bay. Unfortunately, he was located. He was found this morning when they resumed the search at first light. He was found again in the waters off of Pago Bay, submerged in about 15 to 20 feet of water. Our condolences to the family. Chris?
Yes, that's tragic. Thank you, Peter, Kevin, everyone on the scene there. As a multi-agency effort, right, Bree?
Yes, they had the Guam Fire Department, the U.S. Coast Guard, the Navy's HSC-25, as well as the Guam Police Department's Special Operations Division assisting in this search.
There you go. 8:21. We're back with Senator Frank Blas Jr. next, right here on the link.
Learn more about our region on the
Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6.
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
One love, one big family. Check it out. Let's do this. Tropical sunshine shining on my head. Cool breeze blowing through her silky black hair. What to do? What to do today? We gonna head to the beach. We gonna have a party. Oh yeah, it's going to be a good time when we're all together, showing our island pride, showing our island pride, showing our island pride, showing our island pride. We stopped by the store to get some meat. Woo, grab some sodas and ice. But BYOB, let the cellos know to come on down. Grab your guitar, ukulele, 'cause we jam into that sound. Whoa, yeah, it's going to be a good time when we're all together, showing our island pride, showing our island pride, showing our island pride, showing our island pride.
Oh, yeah. Hey, good morning, Sabrina.
Hey, good morning.
Right on. We got to do like a BTS link.
No.
No, I just was laughing this morning because we played a story that Bree did yesterday. I mean, she did all the stories yesterday pretty much. But this was a story with our esteemed governor, Mama Lutdis. And let me just find this real quick. And it was regarding the bars, right? And it was a story about the eventual return of PCOR 3 And Sabrina Salas Mentonati reports here. While Friday could be the day PCOR 3 is declared, the governor hasn't decided on whether restrictions will be lifted for bars and taverns. Leon Guerrero says, unlike dining establishments, bars have not been as proactive in submitting their protocols. Quote, the dining industry was the one that brought their protocols to us, and we worked it with public health, so they were the ones that said this is how we're going to protect our community, the governor said. I'm looking for that same kind of input from the bars. Once we look at that and public health feels that through their guidelines and their expertise it would be a secured protocol to be able to open the bars, we will. But I'm waiting for their protocols. I have not seen it. Guys, this is only funny because the bars released their protocols in May of last year. They submitted it. If you go on the public health website, it's literally right there. And it literally says May 2020. Literally. Like, it literally says that, May 2020.
Like, for real.
For real, for real.
And you know that Mary Rose, man, she is, like I've always said, she is on it.
Yeah, so of course, you know, me being the troublemaker that I am, I sent it to Mary and I was like, hey, Mary, you know what? Why is the governor saying this when you were saying that, Hagasa, you guys submitted your protocols for the bars like ever since 19 Forgotten? And so that just kind of set off this thing where, you know, I mean, first of all, public health is in charge, supposedly, allegedly, during this pandemic. So you're a bar, you're a game room, you're a bingo hall, you're any type of business that wants to reopen, you send your protocols to public health. You don't send them to the governor.
Right. Well, I think in that superpowers
Well,
law,
superpowers.
right, there's a public health authority.
Yeah.
And that public health authority, I believe, the governor designated, you know, as herself. So,
Right, yeah.
So she would have the
Yeah.
ultimate.
But I'm just saying that everybody submitted their protocols
Right.
to public health and to what these like economic advisory working group things. But I just thought that was kind of funny because
Yeah, it
they
was
have.
kind of when I saw the interview, right, and I was watching the playback, and I had to rewind it a couple of times because it's like, wait a minute, Mary Rose was just on the show last week.
Yeah.
Remember, or 2 weeks
Yeah,
ago,
yeah.
talking about you know they had the protocols, you know, blah 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 blah,
Yep.
and just kind of interesting. I thought, like, you know, we've had Mary on so many times,
Right,
and
yeah.
Mary has worked so many different disasters through different administrations.
And I just think it's interesting that the governor would make that comment when just a couple weeks ago we had her communications director, Crystal Paco San Augustine, on the show. And Crystal came on and basically said, the governor tentagud Mary Rose to come up with the protocols for the bars and to work with them on reopening.
Yeah, the governor did say, "Oh, maybe Art St. Augustine got them, but I have not seen them."
Well, I guarantee she's seen them now. Someone send her the link. Send our governor the link. You know, maybe she doesn't surf the web that much. But yeah, so I thought that was kind of funny, and we had a good laugh about it. But you know, reality is like the bars sued the governor, and so I feel like she just kind of like, okay, you want to play like that? No, we can play like that. You were going to be the last to open. Because, you know, we had Dr. Cabrera on this morning. So if we're going to PCOR 3 by the end of this week, I said, Doc, so what do you think? I mean, the bar is going to reopen? And he was like, yeah, I'm not too sure. Like, no one wants to go to bat for these bars. Because, well, let's be real, they're on the governor's bad side. But I just don't see how you can have PCOR 3 without all the businesses reopening. You know, no matter how you feel about it. 8:32, let's head into the Zoom room where Senator Frank Blas Jr. is standing by. He is the vice chair for the Senator. Is it Committee on Public Safety? Is that what it is?
Yes, it is. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice background. Wow.
Oh, thank you. It was a photo that I took during the lockdown. I saw it was beautiful and decided to take it.
Well, you can't lock down the sunset, Governor.
There you go. Nor can you lock down the two guys that were in the water, or the one guy and the lady. That
Oh
were in
yeah,
the
they're
water.
not social distancing. They look like about 4
Oh, no.
feet. Oh, man.
Yeah, but you have to go into. anyways, yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
Morning.
Good morning. Bree, so there was a release that came out from Senator Peto's office.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was.
Yeah.
I know Adriana, she's been following up on everything that's been coming out of the courts. And she obviously naturally went to the oversight chair of public safety, Senator Pito Terlahi, for a comment on, you know, are you going to hold any oversight hearings? Are you concerned? What are you going to do? You know, this is the second time these allegations have come forward about crooked cops. You know, matter of fact, his son, Joey Terlahi, has been named a couple times in some of these court hearings. And so, yeah, she reached out to him, and then I believe he came out with a statement regarding, I guess, his vice chair of the Committee on Public Safety to, I think, either conduct oversight hearings or take it over in terms of these allegations. So that's why we brought you in here. Senator
Yeah,
Lee.
and I appreciate and thank you. And I guess as Chris will tell you, when he sent me the text and asked me to be on the show this morning to talk about the press release and the new role, my response to him was, what press release and what new role? so it came as a surprise. I was not informed apparently before the release, and apparently as well, until a couple of days after the release, I guess. That said, though, is I had a brief conversation with Senator Terlahi, and initially, when we started, he had asked me to be his vice chair for public safety, and of course I accepted. I thanked him for that. But in yesterday's conversation, I had asked, I said, okay, what is this new role, and what is your expectation or the expectation that I should be aware of? And he said that there has been concern, and there is, right? So there's been concern in the community about, first off, the state of our public safety, but also more specifically about the trust that the community has in our law enforcement community and our law enforcement officers, based on a number of different allegations. So, I basically got the. Thank you, Chris, for the letter.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So I went through that, and today I'm actually having meeting with my staff to lay out first off, what course of action can we take, recognizing that we have in government we have our own role. I don't have no intentions of crossing over, nor do I want to be able to take part or to be an impediment or to pry into ongoing investigations if there are. Okay. So there's a very fine line to be able to that I'm going to have to make sure that I stay on my side of it, so that I guess my role would be, okay, what resources, where are you at, and what resources do you need? The specifics of this, that's law enforcement. That's that side of the house, and eventually, if there is, that belongs to the judicial side, not in the legislative hall. We're not there to prosecute criminally or otherwise. Just help them to be able to fix the gaps. First off, identify what these gaps are, and then find ways to help them to fix it. So that's what my role is going to be.
Okay. And how soon are you looking at possibly ramping up this whole?
If I could, guys,
Yeah.
sorry to break in. Let me just go ahead and read this letter here from Senator Pito, if you guys don't mind. And it's a letter that he penned to the Chief of Police, Chief Ignacio. Dear Chief Ignacio, recent media reports of possible corruption in our public safety agencies have created a cloud of mistrust and suspicion over our public safety agencies. The very integrity of our public safety agencies is under scrutiny in the public eye, For transparency's sake, for the sake of the trust of the people of Guam, I'm requesting that the Guam Police Department launch a multi-agency internal affairs investigation into allegations. Specifically, these should be investigated: the tampering of warrants in the court system, alleged physical abuse by public safety officers mentioned in federal court, the alleged involvement of public safety officers in the drug trade. I realize that several of these allegations would involve investigating a member of my immediate family. This must not prevent you from conducting this investigation. We must hold everyone accountable, no matter the family relations. These charges should be fully investigated and fully vetted by an official investigation, and for the truth to come out. To prevent the taint of conflict of interest in this investigation, all oversight duties related to this investigation or these internal affairs issues shall be empowered upon the co-chairman of the Committee on Public Safety, the Honorable Senator Frank Blas Jr. The people of Guam deserve to know the truth. We cannot leave a cloud of suspicion hanging for years over our public safety system. Let us lift that cloud with the light of the truth, for only the truth can set anyone free. Respectfully, Senator. That was kind of cliche, but anyway. Yeah, so guess what?
Yeah.
You got a new role, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for informing me. and I tell you, I recognize that this is a concern, a great concern with the community, and but at the same time, I've got to make the powers that be, those that are in law enforcement, be able to do their job. I once wore their shoes, and so I recognize, and I know the need to be able to inform the community of what's going on in an investigation. But sometimes, putting this information out before we can actually build the case would actually hurt it. And I don't want me nor any direction from me to do this. At the same time, I know that the community is going to want to know if there are any actions that are being taken to ensure that the law enforcement community, our police officers, our customs officers, marshals, whatnot, uphold those standards that are expected by the community because they have that responsibility to protect. And so that's the role that we're going to play. And when I say we, is me along with members of the committee that I am going to lean on and also seek their assistance and their help in being able to unravel this, if you will.
Bree, what was the comment that Sergeant Tapao had come out with after the Mayo trial? This stuff came out in the Mayo trial. They had said something like if they heard about anything, they would investigate it, or
something like that. Yeah.
So, Senator, let me ask you this: are you surprised at all that we haven't already seen an investigation of this type, given that some of these revelations came out as far back as former Joint Mayor Jesse Blas's trial?
I think more so, Chris. I mean, maybe the surprise is that we've not seen, or there hasn't been any arrests or indictments, if you will. That's not to say that if there is some validity and there is a way that law enforcement can be able to piece this so that they do go to trial and there is a prosecution, that we don't see any of that. And again, taking from experience, these type of investigations, are not one of those things that you can wrap up in an hour. I once joked, I said, back in the days when you look at law enforcement, SVU and Miami Vice and whatnot, it says I'd be glad, I'd love to be able to solve a major investigation in 1 hour minus all the commercials, but that's not the case. Okay, and so I've got to respect that, and first off assume that there are investigations that are going on. I also expect that I'm going to recognize that in my future conversation, in what inevitable conversations that I'm going to have with law enforcement officials, that these are not going to include the intricacies of what is going on in an investigation or who their targets are, if there are any targets. I recognize that. And so I just want to, is there anything that they need or they're doing that they're going to need help on that I can assist in? And we'll take it from there. We may get frustrated, and the community may become frustrated if, there's a report that says, okay, they feel that they have it under control. You know what? I can't overstep my bounds and basically go into the weeds of their, for lack, no pun intended, of their investigations or their operations. Okay, that's an executive branch function. That's not a legislative branch function. And so I've got to respect that, and I got to work with around those. I don't want to say impediments, but I got to work around those barriers.
Right.
Within
And
those barriers.
that seems like you might be getting that a lot because who's to say that they might just tell you, oh, we have an active investigation. We can't tell you any information. I mean, we get that all the time from law enforcement. But at the same time, I mean, how can we trust that these law enforcement agencies being tasked to investigate their people? I mean, how can we trust that they're actually doing that? I mean, like you said, it's
And
already been.
And we thank you because that is and that continues to be the $1 million question. Law enforcement is a very intriguing and a very unique creature in itself. There are, I mean, just look at the FOIA laws, okay, or ways to be able to obtain information. There's basically a shield or a wall that's built around law enforcement, and there's a purpose for that, okay? Because one, the most basic tenet in our Constitution, in our society, is you're innocent until proven guilty, okay? And many times, innocence or guilt is tried in a community, absent, all the laws and the evidence and everything that's necessary to be able to prove this, rightly so. And then the community becomes very frustrated when what the community felt was a guilty verdict, or that this person was guilty, was tried in a court of law as innocent. And so, but at the same time, you got to recognize there are things that happen in an investigation that can't be told to the community if it is still an active investigation. Will that eventually come out if there's going to be a trial? Sure. But until that time, a lot of this information is kept confidential and it's for the purpose. That was, that officer, that agency has got to be able to prove its case without a reasonable doubt. Okay, and that's a difficult thing to do. And I understand that. And so I've got to, again, I have to respect those bounds that exist so that they can move forward. Now, going back to the $1 million question of, okay, so then how do we trust them? I don't know if that is going to be an outcome or a function or, something that this committee or the work that I'm going to be embarking on is going to be able to solve, because that question has been around since law enforcement has been around. Okay? And it's going to take a holistic effort. It's not just these investigations on whether or not there are corrupt police officers or whether or not there are, there are kinks and how to be able to get yourself out of a warrant. This goes back literally centuries of the community wanting to trust a group of individuals to protect them, but then having to trust those group of individuals who protect them. Okay.
Senator, let me kind of flip this a little bit, and we're talking about being able to trust the law enforcement agencies to investigate themselves. But at what point do we have this conversation about, last term, Senator Pito had to recuse himself from anything that was going on with the Department of Corrections because these allegations that surfaced about his son. We have the same thing happening this term, you know, and I don't want you to take a crap on your colleagues, but is this, you know, something that they kind of could have foreseen? And is it an impediment for Senator Piro Terlahi to have oversight of these agencies and departments while his son continues to, you know, be a name in the headlines?
Yeah, first off, I think that Senator Piro, you know, again, received or was tapped to run these committees a lot of times based on experience and expertise in certain areas. Okay, Senator Piro, you know, like me, our law enforcement tracks were almost similar. Senator Piro at one point in time was the head of the drug unit in the Guam Police Department at that time, the Department of Public Safety. And so he understands, you know, what the dilemmas are. Now, unfortunately, Senator Piro, like many of us, you know, we have our kids that grow to adults, okay? And there is no familial protection. You know, I mean, Senator Piro is not answerable to what his son does as an adult. He's got to answer that to himself, for himself. He's got his responsibility. That's why I firmly believe that one of the reasons why he's entrusted and he's empowered me, for lack of a better term, to be able to be the oversight for this inquiry. You know, the conversations yesterday with Piro was, look, you do what needs to be done. I'm empowering you. I don't want any basically participation in that because of, again, now the community perception and of my son's alleged involvement in this, and it's still alleged because, you know, there hasn't been any other furtherance of prosecution or whatnot that we know of. So could it have been avoided even more? You know, I mean, in hindsight, probably, but in foresight, you know, like your conversations, long term, okay, is you know, now that we're in this position, how do we continue to move? Okay, and so that's what that's what we have to work with. You know, again, I mean, he didn't tell me. He says, you know, when you go and you meet with these officials, you know, keep me abreast. You know, if that were the case, I'm saying, Peter, why am I doing this? Right. Because then if you want to stay out of it, then how do we say you're staying out of it? I have to brief you. He said he didn't do any of that. I said, I was the one who brought up. He says, look, these are the courses of action that I probably going to have to take. Okay? And you got to get, really, the irony is, you got to trust me. Okay? I'm not going to be able to advise you, okay, or inform you on this thing because I don't want to come back that, oh, my direction has come from you, and then, you know, there goes that whole trust thing. Okay, how can we trust that this thing is going to be fair and accurate if there is now if it comes out and says there is no involvement, okay, and it's clear, then he can see the end report. But I don't have to keep him abreast of everything that's going to happen. That I'm going to have to take, not, you know, under his purview. Or while it is under his purview, I don't need to.
So
I don't need to get his advice.
Right. So moving forward, then, what are we going to see from you as the kind of acting chair of public safety for this particular issue? You're going to meet with everybody, GPD, the court. What are you going to do?
Well, obviously, you know, there have been, if you know, there has been some concerns that have been raised by other senators, my other colleagues, you know, particular Speaker Terlahi and Senator Talina Nelson, you know, and find out, you know, what is it that they're looking for, and, you know, is there any relationship to what I have been tasked to do? That way, we're not doing things redundantly, and we don't have the chief of police coming in 3 different times under the guise of 3 different incidents, but then it's all let's work efficiently and effectively on this thing. That's one of the first things that we're going to need to do. Secondly is basically, from my understanding, there has been a letter that Senator Talai had penned to the chief of police, and I'm going to inquire as to what of that, and then have sit down conversations with other people, and it's not just with law enforcement. I mean, there are community concerns, and I think that I have a responsibility also to listen to community concerns, to be able to find out, what is this problem that we're talking about, and where does it exist?
Are we looking at possibly joint oversight hearings?
Possibly. I don't know whether it'll probably rise to that. Rise to that level yet. Okay. There again, Bree and Chris, I've got to make sure that we're not overstepping our bounds in as far as an active investigation. Okay. The last thing in the world that you're going to want, that an investigating officer is going to want is for, some loudmouth from the legislature who says, "Oh yeah, guys, they're investigating cops." Okay, and for these things, why don't you just say, who these cops are and what they did, and then we'll just have this, this community prosecutorial event. It won't solve it. It won't solve that issue. And so I've got to be very careful of making sure that I stay within the bounds that I need to stay in, and I don't get into basically meddling or ruining an investigation that is probably, if it is going on, based on experience, it may be years in the making. Bree, I was the case agent for an investigation that, before we made our first arrest, we were investigating it for 7 years. And I'm glad that that there was no basically interference, and there was no allegations that we had to, the fires that we had to put out. Because that investigation resulted in, of the 46 defendants that were indicted, 44 of them were convicted. And we never went to trial because they all pled guilty. The other 2, one's still missing and one's presumed dead. So I understand the intricacies that occur in these investigations, and I understand the length that it can, that it needs to be able to make sure that it is proven beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law, because that's where law enforcement has to answer to, a court of law.
So how do you kind of balance the public outcry for accountability and transparency and the need to protect the sanctity and the validity of any type of ongoing investigations?
Well, I think, these are, you guys are the experts in this, it's going to take a lot of PR. It's going to take a lot of, going out there and maybe in other facets, is how can law enforcement improve its relationship with the community they serve? Okay, because let's take it. Okay, this doesn't involve every single member of law enforcement, whether it be with the Guam Police Department or the Marshal Service, or Customs and Quarantine. There are a greater many good, well-intentioned, dedicated officers that are there than there would be the bad apples. Because if there were more bad apples, then trust me, this conversation would be more intense than it is right now. Okay, we'd be sharing, what kind of weapons we're carrying right now, how we're keeping ourselves, because we don't trust them. Right? So it's got to be a stepped up, public relations effort, and improving the processes and the systems in those areas, because this has got basically a leakage effect everywhere. All right, we don't trust that officers are corrupt. So guess what? Because of that, we don't want to call the officer to come and help us, or we feel that the officer who probably have to respond, from another village, took more than what we think they should have taken to be able to respond to us. Therefore, they must be corrupt. The mind has a way of being able to find, anytime it says, okay, this person is this way, guess what we're going to do all day long? We're going to find reasons and ways to be able to validate why we feel that way. And anytime there's something else that occurs contrary to that, we discount it. Okay? We think it's fake news. Okay? So we got to work around that, and we got to work towards improving that. Okay? So this is not just corruption, alleged corruption of law enforcement because of drug activity. This spills off to alleged corruption because he doesn't get arrested because he is the nephew of this person and that person. So it's got to be worked on.
Well, keep us posted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, I appreciate it. And, Chris and Bree, you know how to get a hold of me. I mean, really. And if it's really that important, you don't have to just text. It's call me.
Right on.
Just call me. I've never shied away from this.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I know you guys
All
got
right, thank
session today, so good
Break a
luck.
leg.
Yeah, 2:00.
Okay.
No pun intended.
Oh, 2 o'clock. Okay, after lunch. Nice. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay,
That's
buddy.
the-
Take care.
okay, right.
Thanks, Bree.
All right, take care.
Okay. Thanks, Jason. Bye-bye.
There you go. We're going to take some PR, some public relations work. Maybe we could do like a nice jingle. I'm good at jingle writing. If you know a crooked cop, hey, call Senator Frank Blas Jr. and make it stop. Hey, all right. Anyway, yeah, I mean it's tough. I kind of get what he's saying is that if there's ongoing investigations, you don't want to like just wade into the middle of it, right? But on the other side, if these names and these things keep coming up in the federal court, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to us. I hate it when the federal government points and it's like, oh, look at the local court, it's all crooked. But you know that we've got to do something about it. And we heard from Speaker Terlahi. Was there a meeting or something she was going to have? A sit down with the new
Right,
Chief Justice?
Right. No, it was supposed to happen last Friday, but I think it's rescheduled for this week.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, the Mark Mayo case, just to know that they played the interrogation by the FBI again. And keep in mind that was an interview from, I want to say 2019.
Right.
And when they were, talking about, do you know any dirty cops? Do you know...
Who do you know at the port?
Right.
Right.
That was, again, 2019.
Right.
So it's 2021. If they were conducting an investigation, I mean, are they still conducting an investigation? It's been over a year.
Yeah, but it kind of seems like when you look at all the different pieces that are in place, from the Jotna mayor to the wiping of warrants at the court, although there is that, perceived connection with, I guess the common thread being the former deputy marshal and the deputy director of the Department of Corrections, Joey Terlahi, it kind of looks like they're doing like a long game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not like they're just trying to make a quick arrest. It seems like this is something that they're really, I mean, I hope they are, because it ain't like we're looking at anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're sitting here saying no drugs are coming in at the port.
Mm-hmm. And keep in mind, Joey Terlahi, he's not been charged with
Totally.
anything.
At all.
Okay.
Right.
So
I mean, but
his name's been dropped, but
his name's been dropped a lot, right? Quite a bit. 9:02. We're gonna take a quick break, and then we're coming back with well, he's got a lot of different hats. Former senator, former FBI special agent, former chief of police, former director of corrections, and he's a dog lover too.
Trying to think what else he was.
We're talking about Frank Ishizaki. There's also a yogi instructor. Okay, that's coming up next here on The Link. It's 9:02. We're KUAM-FM, Agatna, Guam. Good morning.
Did you Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. DUB. Never gets old. Ever. 909. Good morning. Welcome to the link, brought to you by Carrier, IT&E, and Cabo Enterprises. And we're bringing you Cover Me with Burger King. Guess what, guys? There's something fishy going on at Burger King.
Year.
For Lent. It's that time of year. That's
Starting
right.
tomorrow.
Yep. Lent is in the air.
And Burger King has a great fish sandwich.
They do.
They do.
It's really good. Just in time for Lent, BK Big Fish. And the Impossible Whopper. Yes.
That's good too.
That's also Lent compliant.
Have you tried that?
Yeah.
That's very good. The plant-based one. Yeah.
So there you go. Those are your Lenten options from our friends at Burger King. They have the BK Big Fish, which is now available, and the Impossible Whopper at Burger King. And they're proud to support local music with our Cover Me segment, which is coming up here at 9:10 on the link. Again, we're KUAM-FM, Magatni, Guam. Let's head to the Zoom room where we have Frank Ishizaki. And like we had said, got a lot of different titles. He's a former FBI special agent, former chief of police, former corrections director, former senator, currently teaching over at the University of Guam. And thank you for joining us. I don't even know how to call you chief. I'll just call you chief. We'll just go with that. Good morning.
Frank, good morning. Thank you for inviting.
Frank, that'll work. Let's just get right into it then. I was wondering, just given your background as a former FBI agent, when we have these things that are happening in both the former mayor Jesse Blas's trial and then more recently in the Mark Mayo drug trial, when the FBI plays pieces of interrogations and they do things like they drop the same names over and over, it kind of seems like outside looking in, like it's part of some grand plan to maybe give so-and-so like, hey, here's a heads up. We know what you're kind of looking at you, or, you know, hey, everybody, this is what we know. This is what we're working on. Is that really what it is, or are we just kind of like reading too much into it?
I don't know. I think it'd be nice if you could get an interview with maybe the prosecutor, Sambatoro, or the agent. You know, it's hard to read because there are all kinds of possibilities. So regarding, I tuned into that trial. That was for, I tuned in a little bit of the mayor sentencing, but it got kind of long.
Yeah.
And then I tuned in for Mr. Mayo's trial because it was the first time we've had a trial in a long time, and it was available on Zoom. And for my students, ideal, because it's ideal for a teaching platform.
Right.
So that's what I used it for. And so anyway, when you get down to it, it's hard to tell what the strategy was, and certainly the priority for any prosecutor would be to enter enough evidence to get the conviction, right? And was that also going to overlap into something else? So it was interesting to hear it. It's too bad we couldn't record it,
right?
Or otherwise we'd get in trouble. And I know Troy got in trouble for posting it on Facebook or something. So. So the first and foremost, doing a trial, I think a prosecutor wants to present the best case to get the intended result, which is get a conviction, and she needed that. She wanted to use that for proving a case. But what are the other possibilities? I don't know. There could be.
It kind of just seems like if they drop the same names over and over that they're kind of, I don't know. Are we supposed to take the hint or what?
Well, it could be. I'll just offer this. The charges, a couple of charges, right? One, the main charge was just possession with intent to distribute, but the other one is conspiracy. And when you hear how do you prove a conspiracy? So you would have to, explain a whole group of people, because you need at least two people, right?
Yeah.
You need to explain the extent of the conspiracy, and the players, all the players were, most of them are convicted already, and they're cooperating. So I think it was useful for proving the extent of that conspiracy. And in your minds, you're thinking other conspiracies. So go ahead. I want to hear your theory.
No, you first. Frank, so you said your students were able to kind of observe a little bit on this Mayo trial. What were some of the takeaways that your students had?
Well, for different classes I teach, it's I talk about investigations. I talk about what evidence you need to get probable cause, which is a constitutional standard. It's a Fourth Amendment standard, right? Before you search or arrest somebody, you need to meet that standard, which is probable cause. So you gotta, showing that is important, and then the prosecutor needs to show at least probable cause. Actually, prosecutor needs more than probable cause, but the minimum is to have probable cause so you can charge somebody in court. That's a minimum standard, and then so for my students, it was very, very useful to see the process, see how evidence is used, and the process of a trial. You follow, and the actual trial itself. And so the Zoom link to federal court is exceptional. It's a great platform for learning. And I wish that Superior Court would do the same thing, put everything on Zoom.
Is this criminal justice students?
Yes, yes. And I would love to have you chat with them from your perspective on criminal justice. Okay. How about that? I can invite you on Zoom as well.
Yeah, Sabrina was in the FBI Citizens Academy. I don't know why I'm not interviewing her.
So the students are criminal justice students. A lot of them are they studying, or they want to be law enforcement officers or attorneys?
Yeah, it's a mix of students. Some people are just lost, trying to find themselves, I think. Yeah. So I always find future attorneys, future criminal justice professionals. It could be cops or agents or some other things. I mean, who knows where people are going to end up? Mm-hmm. You follow? I mean, as we out through college, we think we want to do something, and then we end up doing something totally different, right? So. Mm-hmm. That's life.
Right. So when they played and when they listened to the interrogation, when they played back FBI agent Fernandez's, Rafael's audio and the interview with Mayo, and they were talking about all these allegations, dropping some names, and do you know any dirty cops, etc. What was their reaction to that portion of the trial?
Well, it was an awe. It's hard to judge their reactions because it's a learning platform, you see. And so I throw everything at them, and then I use those recollections of the trial for discussions. And as we go through the semester, I want them to explore. And we want to have good discussions on what was going on, what was the reason, what was the intent. And I can certainly show what the prosecutor was trying to show as the evidence is introduced, the witnesses are brought before them, and the defense counsel does cross-examination. Those are all very, very great learning platforms.
So did you guys have any discussions? Did you have any discussions with your students about these allegations?
Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. You got two stories, right? The Mayor story, which took a long time to unfold. And then Mr. Mayo was just one of many defendants. But the interesting part about it is the whole process, the investigative process. Yeah. So when an agent interviews somebody who's been arrested, you want a truthful interview. You follow? You don't want to be confrontational because they can assert their rights, for instance, which you can terminate an interview. But you want to explore how much they want to talk. And I think that was reflected in Agent Fernandez's interview. I think it was a very well done interview, because you want to get the facts of the case. That's one. You always want to establish the facts of the case because he's working there with a postal inspector, right? But you also want to fish. You follow? So the rest of it was a fishing expedition. So what kind of bait, what kind of fish is out there? So I mean that's what you would do, and then. It was interesting. I tell people about interviewing by talking in circles. Talking in circles is like going all over the world. And so that the person you're interviewing doesn't know what you're really looking for. And I call it talking in circles. Okay. And when somebody talks to me like that, I would say, hey, get to the point, but I know what he's doing. So I think he did a great job. Great interview, good example. And I would love to get a copy of that interview for learning purposes. And that should be available because it was used as evidence, but you couldn't record it,
Right, yeah.
without getting in trouble with the judge.
Mm-hmm. So FBI, great interview, but they played it, in this trial, an interview from, a year, 2 years ago, and you said this whole fishing thing, but because they played it.
Yeah, I call it a fishing thing.
Okay, they were fishing when they were, whatever you want to call it, fishing when they were doing this interview, but they played it during this trial where everybody and all the journalists could hear it, and they write their stories. And I mean, for them to say, the mayor, he was already convicted. Then you have Joey Talahi, and there's been no charges against him. But by the mere act of them playing this, is this an indication, in your opinion, that he might be something might be happening with him, that we could see charges coming down against Mr. Talahi?
Well, it's always possible. It's always possible. Here's the deal, right? For the bulk of the cases that are being worked on, there's a 5-year statute of limitations. So I think there's always a clock. When is the clock going to run out? And I think they're probably getting close to that because whatever facts they have, whenever the crimes are committed. So you're probably looking at maybe 3 years already into it. Mm-hmm. And so if they're going to do anything else, they probably need more evidence. Okay, they kind of, you see smoke, but maybe there's not enough fire.
A lot of smoke.
With the smoke, there's fire, right? But how much fire is there? Because you need the fire to prove your case. You follow? So you need to meet the standard for arresting. You need to meet the standard for conviction. But you also want to have enough fire so that you can get a successful conviction. So I'm guessing maybe there's not enough fire to prove a case sufficiently, and so they maybe this was a last chance. But I don't know. I don't know because you got to go first mission for any trial is to get the conviction and to show sufficient evidence, and to make it sexy maybe. And I don't know. I don't know what the intentions were. If I was in that playing field, I would know what the game plan was. I don't know. I can only speculate.
Right.
And one of the tools can be to kind of lay out as much, because normally you cannot release that information. You follow?
Mm-hmm. Right.
The only opportunity for releasing that information, for using that information would be during a trial, because you want to use that evidence to prove a particular aspect of a case. And they probably needed that more for, there are a couple of things she wanted to prove, right? Going back to the Mayo trial. One was that he knew that was meth. And I was listed, Roland Montanone did a great job of defending. I think he did the best he could. I think the evidence was too powerful, but he raised enough challenges in his arguments, in his cross-examinations, that I think it required the government to make sure it's a solid prosecutable case for possession with intent, which means you got to prove you knew what was in the container, right? What was in the package. And then to prove conspiracy, you got to show that you're part of a group that's involved in that conspiracy of committing crime against conspiracy to import and distribute drugs or something. I forgot what the exact charges were.
When talking about the speculating and throwing things out there and fishing and whatnot, there's that side of it. But I think more importantly, the biggest impact all of these revelations have is the further eroding of the public trust and confidence in these institutions like the police department, the court, that are just customs that are supposed to just kind of be, for all intents and purposes, above reproach, right? So when we have the feds just constantly throwing mud on the wall, it just doesn't really translate well out here in the public. And now we have, it's a pretty normal conversation to talk about corrupt cops. Drugs coming in. The meth is just so bad on Guam. And then to hear
Yeah.
that the feds think, a lot of our law enforcement are involved with it, it's pretty alarming.
Well, I think there was enough smoke to be concerned about it, and historically, and I've worked with people in the past that ended up going into the dark side, and so there's always a possibility. It's like, what is the tentacion, right? What is drawing you? Why do you do that? So people get involved in maybe too many girlfriends, or they like to gamble, they need money. And when they work extra hard and they get overtime, it's like, wow, but maybe the habit is greater than what they can actually earn. So the potential for corruption is always there, and that's why you look at why the recruitment standards so high for like the police and the judges like that. If all the standards are very high, and that's why for the judge you have confirmation hearing. But it's hard to hear the details until years later, and we have a retention vote for judges. But for police or customs officer or corrections officer, those three now require, like polygraph exam and the whole screening process to be hired. So I see a good and a bad, right? I'm going to give you the good and the bad. The good is, okay, so you're screening, but the risk is down the road. You follow? What are we going to do to periodically check? So in federal service, for instance, there's a periodic renewal of your background investigation, like every 7 years, and they would do maybe credit checks. I think credit checks are good. I think everybody that runs for office, they should authorize a credit check. Are you spending more? Are you acquiring more wealth than you should? You follow? So if you look at when you run for office, you submit your financial disclosures, right? And if you're on a certain like elected officials and appointed officials, get the public disclosures every year. You follow the financial disclosure. How do we know those are truthful? You follow? How do we know?
Yeah.
Should we do a little more? But if you do a little more, what is it going to cost to do a little more? Uncle Sam spends, I'm guessing maybe $10,000 or so per background investigation. So there's extra cost. Can we afford it? Is that where we want to go? But if you're worried about corruption, you may have to do a couple extra things. And then in our culture society, we may know something, but we're not going to say anything because we don't want to offend. We see these people in church. We're paris, comadres with them. Went to school with them. You follow? Yeah. We're such a small that the potential for ignoring things is greater.
Yeah. So
How do we fix that?
Yeah. Do you think the drug dealers thrive on that culture, Chief?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if the drug dealers across the board thrive on that culture, but they know the rules of society, right? We know how to get away with things, but I think we're less tolerant. I think we're definitely less tolerant about drug dealers. I think we are, but when we talk about corruption, what is the level of corruption? Is it a mild thing or is it a heavy thing? And you can be compromised for a little thing, and then next thing you're gonna keep doing it, right? The potential is always there. So we talk about ethics in government and having regular ethical training. Well, ethics training is good, but ethics is a guide, right? And if you do more than violate the ethics, then you're probably going to be committing crimes. Do we have the capacity to investigate those? Are we willing to investigate that? There's a cost. We're just worried about feeding people right now.
Right. So having said all that, and just reading through this letter from the Oversight Chair of Public Safety, Senator Pito Terlahi, to the Police Department, requesting Chief Ignacio to launch this multi-agency internal affairs investigation into all of these allegations, to include what came out in the Mayo trial. Really, is this just all much ado about nothing? I mean, that's great. You wrote a letter. We really, is he really going to be able to find out anything? In your opinion?
Yeah, I don't know that. I love Pito Terlahi, and certainly I have all the trust and confidence in Chief Steve Ignacio. For one thing, but one thing is, does Steve have the authority to do internal affairs investigations for all these other agencies? No, it doesn't. Are there limits and time limits in internal affairs investigation? Yes, there is. So I think Tito should rethink what he said. Attorney General's office can do criminal investigations, and then some years ago, was it Joe McDonald, when he was chief prosecutor, he had a good link with the FBI, and I don't know why he decided to go back to private practice, but we all get frustrated in government, right? So I thought he was going in the right direction, and then he decided to call it. He threw in this. He decided to go make more money in private sector, which nothing wrong with that, but I thought he had the good moral compass to go. I think the Attorney General's office is the only agency that really has the authority to do this broad-based investigation, but it's only for criminal investigation. I know that Lieutenant Governor wanted to re-implement the Police Review Commission, and I think he's trying to do something with that. But the old Police Review Commission really was only targeting police. So I kind of recommended that maybe you should revisit that and structure it for all criminal justice, not just the police.
Yeah.
You know what? We're picking up police forever, but there could be leaks everywhere. On the other side of the coin, I'm going to say, by and large, we got a great bunch of professionals who are criminal justice professionals, and they're doing the right thing. But the few people who go do other things, we worry about those people. The potential for getting in trouble is always there. Yeah. It's always there. Yeah. And I can go back to when I was back in the 70s. I had these two great detectives that I trusted. Absolutely trusted. And one day they did a good heroin car stop, and they had good informant coverage, and they had great cash, good amount of heroin, and I'm in court. That's the old Superior Court, testifying for trial, and I get called. It's just the other end of the street. It was that access road from San Ramon Hill to the court. Yeah. It was just there at that intersection. So I just walked over, and this is huge. Nailed capsules of heroin and cash, a nice Corvette. And I thought, wow, you guys did great. So I asked one, and I was running a crime lab, so I asked my lead guy, I go, hey, why don't you do this as quickly as you can, because this is a big case. And so by the time I got back to the crime lab, which was the current corrections facility in Agania, we had the back side of it, the old building, and he had done a complete analysis. And then I realized that something was missing. So I called the investigators. Hey, I said, maybe you want to re-examine your evidence, because I said, there's a little problem, but I'm sure you can fix it. And so they came over the next day, and then they did what they had to do to make sure they marked the evidence and stuff like that. And then another day goes by, and I get summoned by the director of public safety, because we used to be a public safety department. It was Greg Paris. He goes, close the door and sit down. I go, oh my God, he's gonna give me a lecture. And Director Paris goes, you lucky dog. I go, yes, sir. What, sir? So he said those two guys were gonna rip off the heroin, but they couldn't, because your people already dumped the heroin out, did a complete analysis, and the containers were in a different package, so they couldn't switch it. But they came to switch the capsules with duds, because they got compromised by the trafficker. Wow. You follow? Yeah. Anyway, these two guys were good quality investigators, very skilled investigators. They knew, they're detectives, they did drug cases, they did all kinds of cases. They solved homicide cases. I trusted them because I worked with them for a few years, and they produced, you follow? And now they went bad. And I go, why? You know what I mean? That was just a sign. I go, wow. So even the people you think are really skilled and good can go bad. And so how do we ensure our criminal justice system and the public that we have honest, ethical people working for them? How do we do that?
I know that was a rhetorical question because we don't got no answers here. But Chief, I will say, going back to what you said about the culture and how we just don't say anything. I mean, I know a lot of cops, and all the cops know what cops to not say anything around because those cops are, parties with so-and-so who's a big dealer, or, or they're close with so-and-so, or, they ride around with so-and-so off the clock. You know what I mean? So I think it's interesting that we see these problems, but because we don't say anything about them, what ends up happening is we try to work around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to work around because you don't know who's what, and it's a standard practice. I've worked in different cities and across different, even outside the United States, and to be effective at your job, you need to have a trusting relationship with people you work for and with. But you also know that there's a potential for leaks, and the leaks can create problems. Sometimes it's a simple thing like calling the media, maybe, but not as bad as if they compromise an investigation to the target. So the risk is always there. So the common practice is to keep your group small and not share too much information outside that group.
Right. Compartmentalization. Right.
Yeah, that's common practice.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, Chief, anything in closing before we let you go? I'm glad you're getting some teaching mileage out of all this stuff. If anything.
Well, I want to have access. I want to have access to this recording. So is this on?
Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Got it.
And I love what you folks are doing. And you should harass Joe Carbolito is logged in.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Yeah, we are. That's exactly why he's here.
Officer.
Yeah. He's here for his 9:30 harassing.
Listen, I love Joe. I think he's doing a super job at corrections. And I'm sorry I couldn't stay very long. So my second run at corrections, it lasted 2 months, and
You had us going there. You had us going there, Chief.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this guy's talking some good stuff. Wait, where'd he go?
Turned around, he was gone.
Yeah.
He was the only person I shared this with that I had to go. And I, I know Governor wasn't happy, but I said, at my age, I can't continue to do this. And I said, I'm not sleeping well at night, and my blood pressure shot up too high. And I said, no, it's not wise for me to continue. So I hope Joe's blood pressure is good.
Yeah, that's the first question. Okay, Chief. Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
We'll send you the link.
Hey, Chief.
And Joe, I need for you to talk to a class.
Yeah, no problem. I'll do it.
I'll send you his number.
Promising you to go on, so no worries.
All right.
That's okay. 9:37. Guys, we're just going to take a really quick break, and we're coming back with, as you know, Joe Carbolito from the Department of Corrections next, right here on the link. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning. Hey, it's 9:40. Coming up on the show, we're going to get Valerie from Wyndham Garden. There was a break-in. I think that was over the weekend. People just getting brave. We need like a Batman. Serious.
Or a Wonder Woman.
Or, yeah, okay, Wonder Woman. Totally. I mean, Wonder Woman would be good because you get the lasso of truth and just like get a confession right there.
Yeah.
Save the AG the trouble.
Plus, an invisible jet is like the coolest thing in the world.
Right on. Good morning, 9:41. That's Martin Honor. It's called Mary Jane. Good morning. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we're going to go behind bars, but don't worry, we can get back out again. Fortunately, we have the corrections director, Joe Carbolito, on this morning. Good morning, Joe.
Morning, Chris. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Was it cool to run into the former director there in the Zoom room?
Yes. Yeah. Very nice to see him again. It's been a while.
He looks like he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, stress-free.
Yeah. Stress-free.
And meanwhile, here you are.
Handed it all over to me. All the stress is now on me.
Thanks, Frank.
And you've been through a lot.
Yeah.
My God.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Definitely. I agree.
Well, you're still standing, though, Joe. Standing. What about...
Hanging in,
right.
hanging in there.
But we're seeing that you guys are taking a big budget cut here. The $2.7 million budget cut for Department of Corrections?
Yeah, somewhere around there. I have like 2.684 to be specific. Every year, right, we go through this budget request, and it'll be optimal, of course, to get what you asked for, right? That'll be the optimal thing to receive as far as what your needs are when you request for your budget. But granted the situation that the whole government is right now, with the pandemic, actually the whole world or the United States, based on this pandemic that we're all facing, it's understood, that, and we anticipated that we were going to get some kind of cut. To be honest with you, we know that the revenue stream is, not coming in as it was supposed to come in like every year, pre-pandemic, right? So we just have to manage and do what we can within our means to absorb that cut that we're getting. Previous to that, we received more than what we requested for the previous fiscal year. So, than the other agencies, the other law enforcement agencies. So they have to deal with it. So we're going to try to deal with it and work within our means. It's really not going to impact as much as I know 2.6 million is a lot of money, right? If you really look at it, but it's workable for us, and I think we can live with this budget as long as we manage it accordingly. We're going to be able to fund all our FTEs, which is warm bodies, okay, and that's always the bulk of the budget, right? Is personnel costs. Learned that in Management 101, right? That's the bulk of where the funding goes to. So we're going to be able to do that as far as funding all the warm bodies, and that's the good thing about it. Our biggest contracts are of course, the food services and the GMH contract, right? So those are $2.5 to $3 million every year, right? That we have to pay for those contracts, and of course, that's really one of the biggest needs, to continue to run our operations. So this year and even the past fiscal year, 21, our Guam Memorial Hospital cooperative agreement was paid for by our Department of Interior grant. Right. So it's the same this year, and that's another $2.5 million to fund that agreement. So I think we're okay because we funded all of our warm bodies, and we can work within our means. The overtime issue is, of course, big also. We always have to try to manage that a little bit better. For the past decade that I've seen, since I've been here and I've been reviewing a lot of the documents, right? Because we've been trying to address that issue. But for the past decade, that's been the biggest issue here, and it continues to be the issue. Why? When I came in here, I take this from my GPD experience, right, as a manager. Overtime is just a symptom of the actual problem, right? The actual problem is manpower, right? Sizing the agency, right? So if you don't right size the agency, you're going to continue to incur overtime. And it's in law enforcement, that's a given. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. So there's nothing you can do to stop overtime in its entirety. You can slow it down and manage it a lot better, right? As a good manager. But right sizing is the first and foremost thing that you need to do to address that issue. And we're trying to do that right now as we speak. I've been working with my deputy and my managers here, right, to come up with a really good overtime management plan. We're looking at all the scheduling options, right, to work to minimize as much as possible our manning requirements, and without, of course, jeopardizing any safety and security issues, right? It's been out there, right, that the ratio between inmates and detainees to guards, right, is outrageous, right? But and then if you really look at the structure here, right, how the design is of this prison, it's all separated, it's far apart. So it's not like it's one building where you go from the bottom up, right? And it's easier to manage with personnel, right? You can have one guard, to maybe 40 inmates, or and it's easier to manage if it's more consolidated. But just the design itself kind of like makes the manning requirement a lot more challenging, so to speak, because of the security issues that you have to deal with. How fast can you get from one end to the other, right, as a backup, if a backup is needed, from one post to the other? And that's why you need, like, so many people to man a certain post. For example, the maximum security we have here, that's the post that we have to man the most. We have to put and prioritize more personnel there, right? So that's the challenge, but I think for our budget this year, and I keep talking away here, I guess it's just because, I'm faced with all those issues, right? So I'm trying to work within our means here, and I think our staff here understand our challenges, and I have a great management staff here, and I think they're all on board, and hopefully we'll get through this. The pandemic, I guess, caused a lot of issues as far as the impact, the financial impacts that we're getting right now in Guam, and it's no different in the United States, like I said before. So we're just gonna have to tighten our belts and try to move on with what we have and deal with it.
So you're good with the $2.6 million cut for next fiscal year. You're going to be able to deal with it.
We'll be able to deal with it, and of course, it's gonna put some constraints, right, in what we really want to do moving forward, like continuous recruitment, right? It's gonna kind of like slow down our recruitment goal as far as where I want to be, with the manning requirement. We're at 200. We've recruited 62 recruits, but the other issue on the other side of that is the retention. It's hard to retain our officers once we recruit them, right? So we recruited 62. We actually re-employed three more, so that's total 65. But we lost another 50 to resignations, retirement, transfers. So we're kind of like back to square one, even though we've been doing everything we can to recruit, but like I said, there's another side to it, right? It's the retention. What do we have to offer here in the Department of Corrections, right, that the other law enforcement agencies, locally and federally, have to offer, right? I really don't have much to offer. We have the pay disparity is one, right?
Way to make a pitch.
Yeah.
Right? Our officers are one of the lowest paid out of the local law enforcement agencies that we have, right? It's hard to pay them because not only is the pay a big disparity, you walk in here and you start working in this type of environment, you're gonna have
third thought.
You're gonna have second. Yeah. You have to be in here to know and understand what I'm talking about. The front lines here to understand what I'm talking about and what they have to deal with. That's why when we recruit, it's hard to retain them.
So what do you tell these officers, Joe? Hey man, don't leave. What do you say to them to keep them there?
You know what, the governor, I've had this discussion already with the governor, especially when I came on board, right? And the governor fully understands the situation as far as the recruitment and retention issue. She's on board 100%. She supports us recruiting, and she's been supporting all the recruitments that we've had so far. But I've made it known that retaining is the other side of it, the other problem. So she's in support of that too. So what she came up with during our public safety meetings was as an incentive pay. It's called the correctional differential pay. It's 25% on top of your base pay, 25% more of pay on top of your base pay. This has already been proposed to the Department of Administration, and we've submitted all the documents to try to get this implemented. So we're waiting to see where that goes in hopes that that will be an incentive pay to compete with the market out there, you know, with all the other law enforcement agencies and federal agencies, military, you name it. We lose them to just about all these other agencies.
Right. Joe, but if your budget's getting cut by 2.6 million, if this 25% correctional differential pay, incentive pay goes into effect, will you have the budget to pay it out?
Well, we didn't request for it in our budget, right? Because it's something that was under discussion, right? So we never had the opportunity to really put it into our budget, but the plan is already there. The policy, the DOA circular is already there. We just didn't get it going as soon as we actually could, based on the budget cycle. So no, it wasn't implemented, or it wasn't a part of our fiscal year budget for this year.
So is that something that if you guys get approval, that you plan on going in for, I don't know, making a supplemental budget request or something like that? How much is it going to cost? Estimated.
For a whole year, I think we were looking at 2.7 million for additional for a fiscal year, based on our correctional officers that we have on board. Remember, correctional officers.
Again, have you heard anything back though from DOA?
It's under discussion, and I've yet to discuss it further with the governor. You know, there are other funding sources, you know, that are available out there that I'm sure the governor can within our transfer authority can probably look at as an option. And I hope that we can do this sooner than later. But again, it's in motion, right? Everything is in motion right now. And it's just a matter of finding the funding source for it, whether it's this year or next year. I'm hoping this year. The faster we get this going, the better off we are as far as, you know, saving. This is like future savings, so to speak, right? Because it's going to tackle the overtime issue, right? The cost for overtime is enormous. We're tracking, you know, every year we go in and we ask, we present our budget. We tell them that this is what we incur in overtime, 3 million at least. But yet we get appropriated 900,000 or 800,000 for our budget when we get our budget approved for the year after that. So it's been a big tasking to continuously deal with this overtime, and we're trying our best to mitigate that by doing our homework, our research. We've looked into the National Institute of Corrections manning analysis, right? As far as how to come up with best practices on, and one of the things is all the different options in scheduling, right? Because we know already that our challenge here is the design of this prison. It's not like the other prisons in the states that you see, right? A lot of states now, they have a state-of-the-art prisons, right? Or detention facilities. They're all in one. here we have one down in Agotna for detention, and we have the main facility up here in Manila for, in 2 different locations, But in the States, if you really look at it, it's all in one. You have a detention facility plus a prison, it's all in one. And it makes it more efficient when you have something like that. It's state of the art and as far as design is concerned.
So just so we're clear, you put in this request for this 25% differential pay, and I'm looking at this in October of last year, the start of the new fiscal year. DOA said, "Oh, good to go. We should do this. We should give this incentive pay to DOC officers so that we can retain them." And then this month, just last week, I want to say, the BBMR said, "No, we can't do it. There's no money." Is this where we're at?
That's correct. We don't have the money to implement it right now.
But the governor can use a transfer authority? Is that what you said?
I thought I heard you say that the governor could use their transfer authority.
Well, remember, we fall under the executive branch, right? And the governor does have, oversight over all the law enforcement agencies. So, for example, whatever other funding sources out there that are available to her, she can, based on her authority to transfer monies around in the executive branch, she may be able to have that as an option. I'm not gonna step over my bounds as far as what she can and can't do, right? Because that will be ultimately her call. I've already, like I said, I've had discussions, and I'm going to continue to have discussions with the governor on it. And I'm hoping that they'll somehow, maybe even with the help of the legislature, during our upcoming budget hearing, we can all get together and find different ways to try to help us resolve this long-standing issue with this overtime. And retention of our officers is one of the biggest factors, because we're going to keep going down this road, the same road that the DOC has been in for the past decade or so, with this overtime issue. You can't fix that overtime issue until you fix the manning issue, which is, the biggest, that's the main problem. Like I said, overtime is just a symptom of that actual problem, and the actual problem has always been the manning issue here. This place has never been right-sized.
Right.
Thank you, Joe.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
I think we all understand that you guys have been suffering for years, decades, one director after another, this manpower shortage and the issue of retention, because a lot of the officers go to better paying jobs.
Yep.
Not have to deal with all the stress that goes on over at the Department of Corrections. So, hopefully you'll get this this incentive pay proposal and the funding to back it up. Maybe you should get a bullhorn and stand outside Adelup and let them know, hey,
You don't get the guy
we
in trouble
need it.
now.
I mean, how else are you going to resolve this issue if you can't get people to stay or can't even get people to go to DOC? So good luck.
Good luck, Joe.
Thank you.
Take your blood pressure meds. See ya.
Thank you.
Take care, Joe.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Hi. Real quick, we're going to wrap the show here with Valerie from Wyndham. Valerie, thanks for joining us. Good morning. We got a bunch of videos. There was a break-in, I want to say, over the weekend, Bree.
Or, Sunday? Was it Sunday, early Sunday morning? Because I think I got that release from Val yesterday.
Hi, Val.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You're coming in clear. Definitely. We have the videos that we're going to play. Can you tell us anything more about the break-in?
So it actually happened yesterday, Monday morning at 3 o'clock. Two of them entered through the front door. They picked the lock and they ransacked the place. They know that our hotel has been closed because of COVID, and we decided to use it for renovations. All of our rooms have been gutted. We have taken everything down to the bare bones, to the solid concrete. The beds are gone, the furniture is gone. So there's nothing in the rooms for them to steal. So they decided to focus our attention on our admin offices, our gift shop, as well as the coffee shop that we do have present. And they were able to get their hands on some cash that was in our boss's safe, some tools, some power equipment. It looks like they're going to come back. They're going to try to attempt to come back, but we'll have more presence on property 24 hours.
What makes you say it looks like they were going to try and come back?
Well, we did have some equipment that they carefully took out of drawers and they put it down on the ground. Otherwise, they would have tossed it and broke it. We do have, the way that the hotel is situated, we do have fences, and then we do have cars blocking the front drive, so they can't drive up to offload anything. So it looks like they were just carrying things that they can hold. But like they're scoping out the place, and they might come back.
Any response from the Guam Police Department on this?
They do have all of our video footage. We do have a lot more than what I've given out to the media. And they were able to take fingerprints. We do have some people coming forward saying we know those people, so we hope that Sergeant Carbolito might have some new guests at his place.
Is this the first time? I mean, how long you guys been closed? This is the first time you guys been targeted like this?
Yes, it is. We've been closed since August. We actually have somebody there on property 24 hours, but they are on the upper floor, so they didn't hear what. But now we're going to beef that up.
Okay. And how much damage? I mean, dollar figure wise, are you guys looking at? Because this looks. Pretty...
We're still trying to get figures from the gift shop owner. They just got in there today, but so far from our side, at least $5,000. So it's very minimal. We're just glad nobody was hurt. We hope that they don't do this again and they don't target anybody else. We hope that the community can come forward and stop these individuals before somebody else gets hurt.
No ability to drive up and load stuff. I'm just kind of maybe guessing here. When you got the tip that, oh, we know who these guys are they like village kids that walk around maybe?
One person said he lives nearby, so we don't know. We're leaving this in the hands of the Guam Police Department. We trust that they can close this case soon with the amount of video footage that's out there. We have some with partial faces on the video.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have that. It's hard for me to make out, but I'm sure people may recognize who they are.
Where do people, do they call the hotel, or you want them to go directly to GPD?
If you can call GPD, if you want to send us a message on our Facebook page, Wyndham Garden Guam, feel free to do so. On our Facebook page, we also have more video feeds in the comments if people want to take a look at it. But please feel free to reach out, call Guam Crime Stoppers or GPD, or give us a message on our Facebook page. We'll put you in touch with the authorities.
All right. Well, thanks, Valerie, for coming on, and sad to hear about what happened over there. But hopefully, you know, like you said, we could catch these criminals, because it's not okay.
No problem.
All right.
No problem. I mean, it's a better time, especially for businesses that are closed, for criminals to try to take advantage of that. We just want everybody to be cautious, stay vigilant, be alert that people are out trying to make a quick buck. So just be careful, everybody.
Thank you, Valerie.
Thanks, Valerie.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Have
stay
a good day.
safe. You
All
too.
right. Yeah, and just looking at some of the footage, it looks like they wore masks and then were like taking their mask off and fixing it the whole time being filmed. Like I said this last week, we don't need to go to the States to find stupid criminals. There are plenty of stupid criminals right here in Guam. Right. And I'll just call it. I mean, I've been in the Toowoomba area. There's a lot of people. I mean, even here in Harmon, there's people who just walk around and you don't know what they're doing. Up to no good, probably. Good show today, Bree.
Yeah, good show.
Joe, sir, good job. Jason, good job. Thank you guys on our Facebook Live feed. Of course, our viewers on KUAM TV. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
And we'll catch you guys tomorrow morning on the link. Until then, leaving you with a little bit of rock bottom. Come and get your love. Your go-to jam is up next on The Breeze. Hasta. Adios.
Bye.